Social Studies, Bahamas Junior Certificate, Map of the Bahamas Review by Mrs. Jessica Davo. The focus points of this presentation includes geographical region, islands, settlements, and important map features. Let's look at the geographical region. There are three of them. The Northwestern region, highlighted in navy blue, the Central region, highlighted in red, and the Southeastern region, highlighted in royal blue. Let's see if we can accurately place each island listed below in its correct region. Let's start with Abaco. Which region does Abaco belong to? The Northwestern region. What about Acklins? The Southeastern region. Let's look at Andros. The Northwestern region. What about Berry Island? The Northwestern region. Let's look at Bimini. The Northwestern region. Where should we put Cat Island? The Central region. What about Crooked Island? The Southeastern region. Where should we put Eleuthera? The Northwestern region. Let's look at Exuma. The Central region. Where should Grand Bahama go? The Northwestern region. Let's look at Inagua. The Southeastern region. What about Long Island? The Central region. Mayaguana. The Southeastern region. New Providence. The Northwestern region. Ragged Island. The Southeastern region. Grumpy. The Central region. And San Salvador. The Central region. Good job if you were able to accurately place each island in its correct geographical region. So in the Northwestern region, we have the islands Abaco, Andros, Berry Island, Bimini, Eleuthera, Grand Bahama, and New Providence. In the Central region, we have Cat Island, Exuma, Long Island, Grumpy, and San Salvador. And in the Southeastern region, we have Acklins, Crooked Island, Inagua, Mayaguana, and Ragged Island. Island. What is an island? A piece of land surrounded by water. Let's see if we can label the 17 numbered islands on this map. Number 1, Grand Bahama. Number 2, which island is this? Abaco. Let's look at number 3. Bimini. What about number 4? Berry Island. Number 5, Andros. Number 6, New Providence. Number 7, Eleuthera. Number 8, Exuma. Number 9, Cat Island. Number 10, Long Island. Number 11, Rum Key. Number 12, San Salvador. Number 13, Ragged Island. Number 14, Crooked Island. Number 15, Aucklands. Number 16, Mayaguana. And number 17, Inagua. Way to go if you were able to accurately label all 17 islands. Now let's look at the settlement. What is a settlement? To put it plain and simple, it is a place where people live. The islands of the Bahamas are made up of many settlements. But for this map, we are going to highlight most of the main settlements for every island. So let's start with number 1. Number 1, which settlement is being highlighted on Grand Bahama? Freeport is the indicated settlement. But let's not forget that West End is the main settlement on the island of Grand Bahama. Number 2 is the island of Abaco. What is the main settlement here? Marsh Harbor, Abaco. Number 3, what is the main settlement on the island of Bimini? Alice-town, Bimini. Number 4, what is the main settlement on the Berry Islands? Bullocks Harbor. Number 5, what is the main settlement located on the island of Andros? Nichols Town. What about the island of New Providence? Nassau. Number 7, what is the main settlement on Eleuthera? Governor's Harbor. Number 8, what is the main settlement in Exuma? Georgetown. Number 9, what is the main settlement on the island of Cat Island? Arthurstown. And number 10, what is the main settlement on the island called Long Island? Florencetown. Let's look at number 11, which is Rum Key. What's the main settlement here? Port Nelson. Number 12, we have San Salvador. Cockburn Town. Number 13, this is the island of Ragged Island. What's the main settlement here? Duncantown. Number 14, which is Crooked Island. Colonel Hill. Number 15, the island of Aucklands. Spring Point. Number 16, the island of Mayaguana. Abraham's Bay. And number 17, the island of Inagua. What is the main settlement here? Matthewtown. Awesome job if you were able to accurately identify the settlements that are indicated on this map. So now let's look at important features on this map. A is pointing at a scale. Do you know the name of the scale? representative fraction scale. It is also called the ratio scale. Let's look at B. Which scale is B pointing to? The linear scale. The linear scale is also called the line scale or the bar scale. What is C pointing to? The title of the map. The title of this map is, that's right, it's Bahama Islands. What is D pointing to? A compass. What about E? What does 0 to 600 feet mean? The shallow bodies of water in the Bahamas, 0 to 600 feet. So what does 600 feet and deeper mean? It's the depth of the deepest body of water in the Bahamas. Now let's look back down here at G. G is pointing at kilometers and miles. What does kilometers and miles represent? They are units of measurement. Way to go if you were able to accurately identify the various parts of this map. So let's put it all together. Study the map of the Bahamas and answer the following questions below. What is the title of the map? You guessed it, Bahama Islands. Can you name one scale found on the map? If you said linear or representative fraction scale, you are correct. Just remember, the linear scale is also known as the line or bar scale, and the representative fraction scale is also known as the ratio scale. Number 3, name one unit of measurement found on the map. If you guessed kilometers or miles, you are correct. Number 4, what is the name of the island labeled A? So let's look for the island labeled A, which is right here. What's the name of this island? If you guessed Eleuthera, you are right. What is the name of the island labeled B? Yes, that is Ragged Island. Number 6, what is the name of the settlement labeled C? If your answer is Bullock's Harbor, you are right on track. Let's look at number 7. What is the name of the settlement labeled D? Yes, it is Cockburn Town. Number 8, which tool is used on the map to show direction? If you guess compass rose, you are correct. Number 9, which geographical region is the island Exuma located in? Yes, it's a part of the central region. And number 10, which geographical region is the island Mayaguana located in? If your answer is southeastern, you are correct. If you were able to answer all of these questions successfully, you are right on track. So as we end this presentation, remember to practice, practice, practice. Social Studies, Bahamas Junior Certificate, Map of the Bahamas Review by Mrs. Jessica Darwin. The focus points of this presentation include latitude lines, longitude lines, and grid references. Let's take a closer look at latitude lines. What are the characteristics of latitude lines? They are imaginary lines that run horizontally across the globe. They are called parallels. Parallel lines never meet and run from west to east. They locate places north and south of the equator. The equator is the most important line of latitude. It divides the Earth into two halves called the northern and southern hemispheres. The Bahamas is located in the northern hemisphere. Let's look at the map displayed. All the lines that are highlighted in red are latitude lines. It starts at 21 degrees north and goes up to 26 degrees north. Study the map and answer the following questions. Number 1, the value of the line of latitude that passes through Abaco is. The first thing we need to do is find Abaco. This is Abaco here. So now we have to look and see which line of latitude is running through Abaco. It will be this line here. This line is 26 degrees north. Let's try another one. Number 2, the value of the line of latitude that passes through Long Island. Once again, locate Long Island. Then write the value of the line that passes through Long Island. 23 degrees north. Number 3, the value of the line of latitude that passes through New Providence. Locate New Providence and write the value of that line. If you're thinking 25 degrees north, you are correct. Number 4, the value of the line of latitude that passes through Inagua. This is Inagua. What's the value of this line? 21 degrees north. And number 5, the value of the line of latitude that passes through Eleuthera is. This is Eleuthera. What's the value of this line? 25 degrees. Now, let's look at the characteristics of longitude lines. Longitude lines are imaginary lines running vertically across maps and globes. They meet at the north and south poles. They determine distance east and west of the prime meridian. The prime meridian divides the Earth into the eastern and western hemispheres. The international date line is another important line of longitude, found at 180 degrees. It divides the Earth into different time zones. The Bahamas is located in the western hemisphere. So let's take a closer look at longitude lines. All of the lines that are highlighted in green represents our longitude line. It ranges from 73 degrees west to 80 degrees west. Study the map and answer the following questions. Number 1, the value of the line of longitude that passes through Acklins is. First, we need to find Acklins. This is the island Acklins. What is the value of this line that's passing through Acklins? If your answer is 74 degrees west, you are correct. Number 2, the value of the line of longitude that passes through Grand Bahama. Let's find Grand Bahama. What's the value of this line that's passing through Grand Bahama? Yes, it's 78 degrees west. Number 3, the value of the line of longitude that passes through Exuma. What is the answer? This is Exuma. Yes, 76 degrees west. Number 4, the value of the line of longitude that passes through Mayaguana is. Let's find Mayaguana. If your answer is 73 degrees west, you are right. Let's do one more. Number 5, the value of the line of longitude that passes through Little Inagua is. This is Little Inagua, right above Great Inagua. What's the value of this line? You get 73 degrees west. You are correct. Awesome job with this one. Longitudes 22 degrees north and 23 degrees north. So the first thing we need to do is find 22 degrees north and 23 degrees north. If you look closely, you will notice that we have 4 islands in this area. So if you can identify any one of them, your answer will be correct. We have Ragged Island, Crooked Island, Acklins, Mayaguana, and Long Island. Let's try another one. Number 2. The main settlement located at 25 degrees north and 78 degrees west. So we want to know what's the name of this settlement here. It's on the island of Andros. But what's the name of this settlement? Do you know the name? If your answer is Nicholas-Town, you are correct. Let's look at number 3. The line of latitude located at 23.5 degrees north is the, we need to find 23.5 degrees north. So this is 23 degrees and this is 24 degrees. So halfway between would represent 23.5 degrees north. This is a very important line of latitude. Do you know the name of this line? If you're thinking Tropic of Cancer, you are right on track. Number 4. The island is located 25.8 degrees north, 79.2 degrees west. So first we're going to find 25.8 degrees north. So this is 25, and we're going to go all the way up, but make sure you do not reach 26, because we're trying to get at 25.8. And then we're going to go across to 79.2. Just going to land this right in this area here. Do you know the name of this island? 28.5 degrees north, 79.2 degrees west. If you're thinking Bimini, you are correct. And number 5, the main settlement located at 26.5 degrees north, 77.1 degrees west. Once again, we're going to find the 26 degrees north line and go up halfway. And then we're going across to the 77 degrees line, and we're going to go over by 0.1. This lands us right here on the island of Abaco, but we don't want the island, we want the settlement. So what is the name of this settlement that's located at this exact location? If you guess Marsh Harbor, you are correct. Awesome job if you were able to answer each one of these questions. So let's move on to the third section, how to locate places using grid references. Numbers and letters are used on the grid to name the block or square. Numbers are found to the left and or right, and letters are found at the top and or bottom. In mathematics, you will have the terms x-axis and y-axis. And geography, you will have the term eastings and northings. An easy way to locate the alphanumeric grid reference is to remember to go down the corridor and up the stairs in order to get the correct answer. Well, let's put it into practice. Let's name that island that's located in C5, block C5. So we're going to use that little help, which says we must go down the corridor to C and up the stairs to 5. It's going to land us right here. What island is this? If you guessed dangerous, you are correct. Let's look at number 2, H2. Down the corridor to H and up the stairs to 2. We're going to land right here. Which island is in this square? Inagua. Awesome. Let's try another one. Number 3, D7. Cross to D and up to 7. Landing right here. Which island is this? If you guessed Abaco, you are right on track. Let's look at number 4, B6. Down the corridor to B and up the stairs to 6. Which island is this? If your answer is Bimini, you are correct. Let's look at one more. Number 5, E6. Down the corridor to E and up the stairs to 6. Which island is this? Eleuthera. Awesome job. All right, now let's do the reverse. We're going to look for the island and then give the alphanumeric grid reference for this island. So we're going to find Grand Bahama. Where's Grand Bahama? Grand Bahama lines in this block here. So if we go down the corridor, we know the letter is going to be C. And if we go up the stairs, the letter will be 7. So our answer for Grand Bahama is C7. Let's try another one. Rum Key. This is Rum Key. What is the grid reference for Rum Key? Down the corridor to G and up the stairs to 4. Our answer is G4. Number 8. Let's find Cat Island. Let's see if you can do this one on your own. What is the grid reference for Cat Island? If you're thinking F5, you are correct. Let's look at number 9, Berry Island. What is the grid reference for Berry Island? If you guess D6, you are right. Let's do one more. Number 10, Mayaguana. Ooh, now Mayaguana is slightly different because it's going across 2 blocks. So what will your answer be? If you put H3 or I3, you are correct. Now let's locate places using grid references to locate bodies of water. So let's name the bodies of water located through these various blocks or squares. Number 1, H2 to I3. Which body of water stretches from H2 to I3? If you guess Keiko's Passage, you are right on track. Number 2, which body of water stretches from E5 to F4? If you guess Exuma Sound, you are correct. Number 3, which body of water stretches from D3 to E2? If your answer is Old Bahama Channel, you are right on track. Number 4, G3. Which body of water is found in G3? If your answer is Bight of Acklins, You are correct. And number 5, what body of water stretches from C7 to D7? If your answer is Little Bahama Bank, you are right on track. If you got all of those answers correct, give yourself a rousing round of applause. Now let's put it all together. Number 1, which island is located in block F5? Remember, go down the corridor and up the stairs. So which island is this? Cat Island. Good job. Number 2, which settlement is located at 23.1 degrees north, 74.9 degrees west? So we're going to find 23.1 and go across to 74.9. What is the name of this settlement right here on Long Island? If you guess Clarence Town, you are correct. Number 3, identify one island that the 25 degrees north latitude passes through. So let's find 25 degrees north latitude. This is 25 degrees north latitude. Can you identify any of these islands' name? If you guess Andros, New Providence, or Eleuthera, you are right on track. Number 4, identify one island that the 73 degrees west longitude line passes through. So we're going to find 73 degrees west, which is right here. Can you identify any of these islands? If you guessed Mayaguana or Little Inagua, go to the front of the class. And number 5, which body of water is located in B7? Anytime you see the arrow on the map, it represents a body of water. So which body of water is this? If your answer is Straits of Florida, you are correct. Let's do 5 more. Which island is located in block E6? Down the corridor to E and up the stairs to 6. Which island is this? If you guessed Eleuthera, you are correct. Number 2, which island is located in block F3? Down the corridor to F and up the stairs to 3. If you guessed, what did you come up with? You guessed Margaret Island, you are correct. Number 3, what is the value of the line of longitude passing through Andros? Let's locate Andros. What is the value of this line? If your answer is 78 degrees west, you are correct. Number 4, what is the value of the line of latitude passing through San Salvador? Let's locate San Salvador. This is San Salvador. What is the value of this line here? If your answer is 24 degrees north, you are correct. And number 5, name the important line of latitude running through the Bahamas. This staggered line represents a very important line of latitude. What is the name of this line? The Tropic of Cancer. Awesome job. So this brings us to the end of this presentation, and you were able to practice latitude lines, longitude lines, and grid references. Remember to practice, practice, practice. Social Studies, Bahamas Junior Certificate, Map of the Bahamas Review by Mrs. Jessica Dowell. The focus points of this presentation include directions, distance, and bodies of water. Let's look at directions. What is the direction from Nassau to the following islands using the compass? The compass is located in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. The green points represent our cardinal points. The yellow points represent the intermediate points. And the blue points represent the secondary intermediate. So let's look at the directions from Nassau to these various islands. What is the direction from Nassau to Abaco? If your answer is north, you are correct. What is the direction from Nassau to the Exumas? If you're thinking southeast or east-southeast, you are correct. What about from Nassau to Bimini? Northwest or west-northwest would be considered correct. Let's look at the direction from Nassau to Harbor Island. Which direction would you travel in? Northeast. What about from Nassau to Grand Bahama? Yes, you would travel northwest or north-northwest. Let's look at one more. What about the direction from Nassau to Cat Island? If your answer is southeast or east-southeast, you are correct. Let's get a little bit more practice with these directions. Number one, the direction from Marsh Harbor, Abaco to Cockburn, Townsend, Salvador. You're going to travel in a southeast direction. Number two, the direction from Matthew Town, Inawa to Freeport, Grand Bahama is northwest. Let's look at number three. The direction from Nicholstown, Andros to Port Nelson, Rum Key. Yes, the answer is southeast. Number four, the direction from Duncantown, Ragged Island to Nassau, New Providence. Yes, you will have to travel northwest. Number five, the direction from Arthurstown, Cat Island to Georgetown and Zuma. South is the answer. And number six, the direction from Abraham's Bay, May of One to Spring Point, Acklands. Yes, the answer is west. Good job if you were able to answer every single question correctly. How to measure distance on maps using a linear scale. To measure the distance between two places on a straight line, a strip of paper may be used. Number one, place a piece of paper between 2 points on the map. Number two, mark off the distance between the 2 points on the map. Number three, place the paper along the scale, then read off the distance on the scale. Let's try this one. We're going to answer these questions in miles and kilometers. Number one says the distance from Duncantown, Ragged Island to Clarencetown, Long Island. So first you need to find the settlement on Ragged Island and the settlement on Long Island. You're going to use your strip of paper and you're going to mark off these two spots on your strip of paper. Then place your strip of paper on the scale. You will notice but it lies halfway between 140 kilometers and 180 kilometers and 75 miles and 100 miles. So what's that halfway point? In order to get your answer, you will add 140 kilometers to 20 kilometers, and your answer will be 160 kilometers. And if you were trying to find miles, you would add 75 miles plus 12.5 equal to 87. Good job if you were able to do that on the first shot. Well, let's try another one. What's the distance from Nicholstown, Andros to Nassau, New Providence? Once again, you're going to locate the settlement. Nicholstown, Andros, and Nassau, New Providence. Take your strip of paper and mark off these two spots. Then place your paper on the scale. If you wanted to find out the answer in kilometers, it would be 60 kilometers. And if you wanted to find out the answer in miles, it would be 25 miles plus 12.5 miles, which is equal to 37.5 miles. Don't worry, you'll get it. Just continue to practice. Let's look at one more. The distance from Marsh Harbor, Abaco to Cockburn Town, San Salvador. Once again, you want to find the settlement. Marsh Harbor, Abaco, Cockburn Town, San Salvador. Take your strip of paper and you're going to mark off these two spots. Then place your strip of paper on the scale. Now this time you would notice that our marking is longer than the scale. So what should you do? You're going to mark off where the scale ends. In this case, it ends at 200 kilometers and 125 miles. Mark it off and then you carry that mark back to 0. Well, this is my black mark and I carried it back to 0. And then I will measure again. So we have to add up these numbers together. So you're going to add 200 kilometers plus 200 kilometers, which is 400 kilometers. And if you needed to find the answer in miles, you will add 125 miles plus 125 miles, which is equal to 250 miles. Good job if you're able to do it. Now, let's look at some bodies of water. What is the name of the body of water labeled A? It is a bank. Do you know the name of this bank? If you were thinking Little Bahama Bank, you are correct. Let's look at B. What's the name of this bank? Kisal Bank. Now let's look at C. C is the largest bank in the Bahamas, and it encompasses almost all of our islands. What's the name of this bank? If your answer is Great Bahama Bank, you are correct. Now let's look at D. D is a bite. Do you know the name of this bite? If you're thinking the Bight of Auckland's, you are correct. Now there is one body of water that surrounds the Bahamas. It's called an ocean. Do you know the name of the ocean that surrounds the Bahamas? Your guess is the Atlantic Ocean. You are spot on. Let's look at some more bodies of water that's found in the Bahamas. A is pointing out a channel. Do you know the name of this channel? The Northwest Providence Channel. B is pointing out a strait. Separates the Bahamas from the United States. Do you know the name of that strait? Yes, it's the Straits of Florida. C is a channel. Do you know the name of this channel? That sits right above Kisal Bank. If you guess Saturn Channel, you are correct. Hats off to you if you remember this one. Let's look at D. What's the name of this channel? Spot on. It is Nicholas Channel. Now let's look at E. This is another channel. What's the name of this channel? The Old Bahama Channel. And our last channel on this map is located at F. This channel was used by the Lutheran adventurers. Do you remember the name of this channel? Yes, the Northeast Providence Channel. Now let's draw our attentions to the letter G. G is pointing at the deepest body of water in the Bahamas. Do you know the name of this body of water? Yes, it's called the tongue of the ocean. Let's look at the letter H. It's pointing at a sound. Do you know the name of this sound? Yes, it is Exuma sound. Now let's take a closer look at the letter I. It is a passage between Long Island and Crooked Island. What's the name of this passage? Yes, Crooked Island Passage. The island's name gave it away. Let's look at another passage located between Acklands and Mayaguana. Do you know the name of this passage? I almost gave it away. It is Mayaguana Passage. And we have one more passage on this map. It's labeled K. Do you know the name of this passage? Yes, it's Caicos Passage. Now let's look at some bodies of water found on the island of New Providence. We'll focus on lakes, ponds, and sounds. Look at the map. Do you see the lakes? Do you see the ponds? Do you see the sounds? All right. So on the lakes, we have Lake Killarney, Lake Cunningham, and Paradise Lake. On the ponds, we have Big Pond, Harold Pond, and Bonefish Pond. And under sounds, we have Quarry Sound, Miller Sound, and Red Sound. We have another special lake. This lake is located on the island of Inagua. Do you see the name of this lake? Yes, the name of this lake is Lake Rosa, also known as Lake Windsor. This is the lake. Now let's look at these pictures displayed on the slide. Do you know the name of this island? Do you know the name of this place? Let's take a closer look. The highest point in the Bahamas is located on the island of, you guessed it, it's Cat Island. Do you know how much feet above sea level this spot is? Yes, the highest point in the Bahamas is 206 feet above sea level. Do you know the name of this place? What is it called? That's right. It's called Mount Alvernia, also known as Como Hill. Awesome job if you remember this. So now let's put it all together. Let's review. Number one, the symbol represents a compass rose. Spot on. Number two, the channel used by the Lutheran adventurers to enter the Bahamas. Right here, between Apico and Eleuthera. What's the name of this channel? That's it, the Northeast Providence Channel. Number three, the deepest body of water in the Bahamas. Do you know the name of this body of water? It's located right here. Yes, tongue of the ocean. The distance from Nassau, New Providence to Clarencetown, Long Island in miles. What's that answer? Remember, you have to use a strip of paper. You're going to mark off the settlements. Nassau, New Providence to Clarencetown, Long Island. You mark off this spot and then you have to put your strip of paper on the scale. When I put it on the scale, I had a little piece left over, so I had to carry it back to the beginning. And I add 125 plus 25, which gave me 200 miles. Number 5, the direction from Arthurstown, Cat Island to Alistown, Bimini is, you are correct if you said northwest. Number 6, the large body of water which surrounds the Bahamas is called, hint, it's an ocean. That's right, the Atlantic Ocean. And number 7, on which island is the highest point in the Bahamas located, and what is it called? Where is it, and what is it called? It is located on the island of Cat Island, and it's called Mount Alvernia or Como Hill. Number 8, the largest bank in the Bahamas is the, remember? Yes, Great Bahama Bank. And number 9, the name of the lake on the island of Inagua is, you guessed it, Lake Windsor or Lake Rosa. And our last question, the passage that lies between Acquins and Mayaguana is, yes, Mayaguana Passage. If you were able to answer all of these questions successfully, you need to give yourself a rousing round of applause. Remember, in order to master a skill, you have to practice, practice, practice.
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome to another session of Social Studies BJC Review. Today's topic is industries. Our objectives for today are define the terms industry, primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary industries, identify products from primary, secondary, and tertiary industries, and finally, differentiate between primary, secondary, and tertiary industries. What is industry? The term industry covers all the businesses and factories that convert raw materials into goods or that provide useful services. Industry produces all the goods and services required by society and distributes them to the consumers. There are 4 main types of industries. We have primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary. What is primary industry? This involves the extraction and collection of resources directly from the earth. This includes on land and in the sea. Natural products. We have coal, we have fossil fuels, We have lumber from forestry. We have livestock and crops from farming. We have sea creatures from fishing. They do not process the products at all. They send it off to the factory to make a profit. Raw material products in the Bahamas. Can you name them? Let's take a look at mining. If you said salt and aragonite, you are correct. Let's look at some products from forestry. If you said pine trees and casserole bark, you are correct. Let's look at fishing. If you said scalefish, conch, sponge, you are correct. And finally, let's look at farming. If you said crops and livestock, you are correct. Secondary industry. Secondary industry is also known as the manufacturing industry. This group is involved in the processing of products from primary industries. Types of factories. We have refined metals, produce furniture, pack farm products such as meat. They give finished products. Example of these are fish into sardine or lumber into a chair. Manufactured products made in the Bahamas. Can you name some of them? We have bed, we have bleach factory, we have tomato paste, canned peas factory, we have cement, we have soda factories, we have chocolate factories, and rum factories. Tertiary industry. Tertiary industry is also known as service industry. This group provides service to the public. People who render service. They include teachers, managers, tellers, and other service providers. Services found in the Bahamas. We have schools, hair salon, food store, insurance company, and banks. What is quaternary industry? The industry providing information services. This can be divided into information technology and research development. Information technology, the study or use of systems, especially computers and telecommunications for storing, retrieving, and sending information. Research development, when the work is directed towards innovation, introduction, and improvement of products and processes. Primary, secondary, and tertiary industry are linked together in a chain of production. Chain of production is the various production stages through which a product passes from being sold to a consumer. Can anyone guess what the first picture is? If you said wheat, you are correct. Wheat is from a primary industry. Let's try the second product. If you said wheat bread, you are correct. Wheat bread is from the secondary industry. Let's try the last picture. If you said bakery, you are correct. Bakery is a tertiary industry. Let's try another one. Can anyone guess the first picture? If you said aragonite, you are correct. Let's try the second picture. If you said cement, you are correct. And finally, the last picture. If you said a hardware store, you are correct. Let's review. We're going to take a look at some multiple choice questions. Question number 1. Which of the following industries is an extract industry in the Bahamas? Is it A, banking, B, boat building, C, fishing, or D, tourism? If you said fishing, you are correct. Question number 2. What do we call making things from natural resources? Is it A, component, B, manufacturing, C, products, or D, services? If you said manufacturing, you are correct. Question number 3. Most people today work in the service industry. What type of industry are service industries? Is it A, primary, B, secondary, C, tertiary, or D, quaternary? If you said C, tertiary, you are correct. Question number 4. What type of industry is salt? Is it A, primary, B, secondary, C, tertiary, or D, quaternary? If you said A, you are correct, primary. Question number 5. Which of the following items are manufactured in the Bahamas? Is it A, cement block, bleach, tomato paste, B, car, beds, and cement blocks, C, television, radio cups, or D, juice, pot, tea? If you said A, cement blocks, bleach, and tomato paste, you are correct. Question number 6. What is the first industry in the Bahamas? Is it A, banking, B, tourism, C, fishing, or D, wrecking? If you said D, you are correct. Wrecking is the answer. Let's take a look at some structured questions. What is industry? Industry is the factories that convert raw materials into goods or that provides useful services. Question number 2. Name 2 main industries in the Bahamas. If you said tourism and banking, you are correct. Explain a production chain. If you said, first, you extract raw materials from the earth. Secondly, the factory will convert raw materials into goods. And finally, the goods are sold to the consumer, you are correct. Let's take a look at some JPR questions. The Bahamas government needs to invest more in the primary industries in the Bahamas. Do you agree or disagree? Support your answer. When looking at this question, you have to decide which side you're going to take. If you select agree, you must have at least 3 supporting facts and then conclude. Also, if you disagree, you must select 3 supporting facts and a conclusion. Let's take a look at agree. The government needs to invest more in the primary industry of the Bahamas. I agree. Number 1, this will bring more diversity to our economy. Our number 1 industry, tourism, is being negatively impacted by COVID-19, and this is having a crippling impact on our economy. Support number 2. Primary industries such as fishing and farming can provide food for Bahamians. Support number 3. We have an abundance of natural resources in the Bahamas, such as aragonite, salt, and fish. Investing in these industries can provide more jobs to sustain Bahamians especially during these challenging times. As many of our natural resources are located on the Family Islands, development in these industries can also provide a much needed boost to the economies of these islands. And then finally, you will state that this is why I agree with this statement. Let's look at disagree. Support number one. Even though our tourism industry is being severely challenged by COVID-19, tourism is still our biggest revenue earner. Therefore, the government should simply find more creative ways of making the Bahamas more attractive to tourists. Support number two. The government needs to focus on developing manufacturing industries for the primary industries that we already have in the Bahamas, such as a processing plant for salt in Inagua. Support number three. The government has provided land and assisted Bahamians with equipment to promote primary industry. And finally, you must conclude by stating, this is why I disagree with this statement. Here ends our session for today. Continue to study, and I will see you again next time for Social Studies BJC Review.
Social Studies Bahamas Junior Certificate Review. The Citrus Industry by Mrs. Jessica Davo. Focus points. Identify types of citrus products. Locate islands which grow citrus products commercially. Explain why the citrus industry declined. Oranges, grapefruit, lemons, and tangerines are all types of blank. A, cereals. B, citrus. C, seasonings. Or D, vegetables. B, citrus. Citrus plants grow best in rich blank. A, black soil. B, red soil. C, mud. Or D, limestone. A, black soil. State one reason for the decline of the citrus industry in the 19th century. Can you think of one reason? One, citrus production in Florida increased. And two, all imported citrus products into the United States of America was taxed. Structured question number one. State the name of one Bahama island where citrus crops are grown commercially. Study the map provided. Can you name one island where citrus crops are grown commercially? Look at the highlighted islands. Can you name any of them now? Yes, Andros, Abaco, Eleuthera, and Cat Island. Structured question number two. List two types of citrus products grown in the Bahamas. Can you name two of them? Oranges, lemons and limes, grapefruit, tangerines, or tangerines. Any two will do. Structured question three. Give 3 reasons for the success of the citrus industry in the Bahamas. Can you remember 3 reasons? Number 1, availability of black soil. Number 2, close proximity to the US market. And number 3, low custom duty to export crops. Structured question 4. The citrus industry is not as profitable today as it was in yesteryears. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Give reasons for your answer. Just a reminder, when you are responding to judgment personal response questions, the first thing you must do is take a stand. Do you agree or do you disagree with this statement? Once you have done that, you must provide a minimum of 3 reasons why you agree or 3 reasons why you disagree with this. Once you have provided your supporting details, you will add a conclusion at the end of your reasons. So allow me to read the question one more time, and let's see what are the possible answers to this question. It says, the citrus industry is not as profitable today as it was in yesteryears. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Give reasons for your answer. I agree with this statement because 1, Bahamians preferred foreign fruits. 2, lack of interest in farming. 3, competition from foreign markets. For these reasons, I agree with the above statement. Or you may have another point of view. I disagree with this statement because 1, exported products are profitable. 2, organically grown crops are in high demand. 3, increased interest in farming due to government initiatives. This is why I disagree with this statement. Awesome job today, students. So this was some of our review on the citrus industry. Social Studies Bahamas Junior Certificate Review, The Sponging Industry by Mrs. Jessica Davo. Focus points. What is a sponge? List the various types of sponges. Explain why the sponging industry declined. Who introduced sponging to the Bahamas? A, Andrew DeVoe. B, William Sale. C, Jean Nort. Or D, Gustave Renard. Yes, D, Gustave Renard. Which of the following is a type of sponge? A, cotton. B, crepe. C, plastic. Or D, velvet. If you guess D, velvet, that's right. Where were sponges sold? Sponges were sold at the Nassau Sponge Exchange. What was the job of the sculler? Yes, to steer the boat. What was the job of the hooker? To hook up the sponges from the sponge bed. What was the purpose of the water glass? To locate the sponge on the seafloor. What is another name for a water glass? Glass bucket. Define the term corral. A shallow water enclosure. In which century did sponging hit its peak in the Bahamas? That's right, the 20th century. How much sponges were exported from the Bahamas in 1917? $492,000 worth of sponges were exported. List the names of 2 sponging areas in the Bahamas. The Mud, the Great Bahama Bank west of Andros, Long Island, Abaco, and Exuma. Structured question number 1. What is a sponge? Do you remember? A sponge is an animal which anchors itself to the seafloor and has a porous and elastic skeleton. Structured question number 2. Several types of sponges were collected. Give the names of 2 types. Hardhead, grass, wool, reef, and yellow. Any 2 will do. Structured question number 3. The cleaning of the sponge was considered a special task. Describe how the decayed model was removed. Do you remember? Number 1, soak the sponge in a corral. Number 2, beat the sponge. And number 3, scrape the sponge to remove all decaying matter, sand, and rock. So this brings us to our 4th and final question. Overfishing of the sponge beds was the main cause of the demise of the sponging industry. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Give reasons for your answer. Remember, when you are answering judgment personal response questions, the first thing you must do is take a stand. Do you agree or do you disagree with this statement? Once you have taken your stand, then you must provide 3 reasons why you agree or 3 reasons why you disagree with the statement. And the last thing you must do is add a conclusion. Let's look at some sample responses. I agree with this statement because 1, there was insufficient time for the sponge beds to regenerate. 2, the tools used could contaminate the sponge. 3, sponging is still carried out on a small scale. This is why I agree with this statement. Or you may have another view. I disagree with this statement because 1, a fungus attacked the sponge bed. 2, there were not many uses for natural sponges. 3, man-made and synthetic sponges were created. This is why I disagree with this statement. Well, this brings us to the end of our review on the sponging industry. Remember, continue to study, study, study.
Hello, students, and welcome to another wonderful day to learn something new in social studies with me, Mrs. Monker. Today, our topic is the Crown Colony Government. At the end of this lesson, students should be able to define and explain the role of the Crown Colony Government, identify the first royal governor of the Bahamas, examine the problems Woodes Rogers encountered upon his arrival to the Bahamas, and list ways in which they were solved. Hope you're ready? Let's get started. But first, you will need The Making of the Bahamas by Dawn Maples, a highlighter, a pen, and a notebook. Feel free to pause this video if you wish to write notes. What is a Crown Colony government? A Crown Colony was a type of colonial administration of the British Empire. It was a system of government where a governor appointed by the king ruled the colony along with an elected consul. The colonies now came directly under the king, King George I. He appointed a governor who had a council of advisors and could set up an assembly, an elected council. This was a unique feature of English colonial government at that time. The roles of this new government system were to secure the interests of the inhabitants, to invest in and develop the islands, to protect the natives from pirate, Spanish, and French invaders. Woodes Rogers was the first royal governor of the Bahamas. He was a former privateer and a skillful sailor. The British Crown thought he would be a firm leader and capable of combating the pirate problems in the Bahamas because of his military and naval experiences. Woodes Rogers arrived to the Bahamas on a ship called the Delicia, along with 4 warships and over 100 soldiers and settlers on July 26, 1718. He set foot on New Providence near the present-day Hilton Hotel, downtown Nassau. His first order of business was to grant pardon to all pirates who submitted to his rule. It wasn't quite easy for Rogers at first because Nassau and New Providence was in a very bad state when he arrived. The fort was without men and guns. The plantations were not producing sufficient crops. The roads were overgrown. Many settlers were sick with serious health problems. And of course, pirates were everywhere. That's why the Bahamas was also known as a pirate's haven. Rogers found a way to combat all these problems. He proclaimed expulsus paratus restituta commercia. I wonder what all of this means. In fact, I wonder how we did it. Well, stick with me and we'll find out. It's activity time. This is a perfect time to hit the pause button as we have some R&R. No, not rest and relaxation. Rather, research and read. There's so much more to learn about the story of Woodes Rogers and the Crown Colony Government. I hope you can join me next time. Remember to study smart and not hard. See you soon. Hello students, and welcome to another wonderful day to explore and learn something new in social studies with me, Mrs. Munker. Today we will be exploring the election process, and our first lesson will be on the government dissolve. At the end of this lesson, you will be able to discuss and clearly explain the dissolution of Parliament. You would be able to examine the purpose of this dissolution, and of course, you would be able to explain the entire process. Before we get started, you will need a notepad or a notebook, a highlighter, a pen, and our resource materials today will begin with The Bahamas by John Berryman. So if you're ready, let's get started. What does it mean to dissolve Parliament? Well, stick with me and you will find out. It's time to write. Hope you're ready. The Governor General, in the name of the Queen and on the advice of the Prime Minister, dissolves Parliament, which is otherwise known as the House of Assembly. It is also referred to as the lower house of Parliament. This means the business and function of the House of Assembly is closed, or all members of Parliament are dismissed. Or we can further say the legal responsibilities and procedures of the government cease or will cease to exist. Get it? Good. Let's move on. Why is the dissolution of Parliament necessary? Well, basically for three main reasons. First reason, to announce the election date, which is usually 35 to 45 days after the dissolution of Parliament. Number two, to give political parties enough time to prepare for the general election. Number three, it is usually the end of a 5-year period for a government's term in office. I'm certain there are other reasons we can find out. However, we are only going to focus on those three. Let's move on. It's activity time. If you wish to write notes during this video, please press pause and then continue. Hope you've learned something new during this session. Remember, study smart and not hard. See you next time.
Good morning, everyone. So welcome back. Today we're going to be starting a new but not so new topic, the digestive system. 2020 topic, going back, digestive system. And these are our objectives. First, we're going to define digestion, right? So by the end of this class, you should be able to tell me what exactly digestion is, okay? And some of you may have a misconception now. You might think you know what digestion is, but by the end of the class, you're going to really know. Secondly, you're going to be able to identify the parts of the digestive system. Type done when you're done. So what is digestion? I want you to tell me what idea do you have in your head of what is digestion? Don't be shy. Just type them out. Put them in the chat. Okay, the breakdown of food. Okay, the way that all food is processed. Okay, I like that word process. Listen, Brian, I have a whole answer. Digestion is the process of breaking down food to simple soluble substances. Somebody has done digestion before. Food being dissolved. Okay, good. I like all of those answers. You guys are on target. Okay, so like you guys alluded to, digestion is the process of breaking down food so it is small enough to be absorbed and used by the body for energy or other bodily functions. Now, I like to make sure that you guys remember. So it says that it's the process of breaking down food. Now, what do we get from food? Nutrients. Very good. Yes, just a few classes ago, we did nutrients, right? So when we eat food, it is our body's duty to break down this food to make sure that we get the nutrients that we need, and make sure that our body is able to absorb these nutrients and use them for the things we need them for, such as energy and other stuff that is needed for our body. So digestion begins in the mouth and ends in the small intestine. Okay? So digestion begins in the mouth, interesting enough. There are two types of digestion. Type done when you're done. Okay, so let's look at the two types of digestion. And some of you already said it. First type is mechanical or physical digestion. So in this type of digestion, the food is broken down into smaller pieces by chewing and churning it, okay? And this is why we said that digestion actually starts in the mouth. So as soon as you ingest that food and you start chewing it, digestion is taking place. Also, what happens in the mouth is something called chemical digestion. So this is the mixing of food with enzymes which dissolve it and break it down into simpler chemical forms. So in the mouth, physical digestion or mechanical digestion takes place. We ingest the food, we chew it up, we churn it up, we physically break it down. Also, there's chemical digestion. Our enzymes, yes, we do have enzymes in our mouth that work to chemically break down our food. Okay, and this type of digestion continues along the digestive system, this chemical digestion. Okay. You see, I see how my picture started working just now. You see that? Look how she's chewing the food. And you can see the food actually breaking down. Look, that's so cool, right? Look at this one right here. Look, it's gonna break up. Look. Y'all see that? Okay. So some digestive system terms that we have to know before we go along, before we move too quickly, we must know these terms. Okay, so I made mention of the first one, ingestion. Okay. So when we take in food, when we put food into our mouth, this is called ingestion. Ingestion is the act of taking food into the alimentary canal through the mouth. And the alimentary canal is just another way of saying the digestive system or the gastrointestinal system, GI tract, okay? Another term that we must know is peristalsis, right? And peristalsis is a rhythmic wave-like squeezing movement of food through the digestive tract, esophagus, and intestine. It is caused by muscle contraction, right? And here you have a diagram right here, okay? So this is actually the bowl of food or the bolus of food. Smooth muscles, okay? And this is actually a diagram of the esophagus. So you see the food, it's moving, the muscles are contracting, relaxing in order to move the food down the esophagus, right? And then we have egestion. And egestion is the removal of undigested remains of food in the form of feces from the alimentary canal. Okay, so this is waste removal. Get rid of all that stuff that we don't need. Okay, so before we move on, ingestion, we take in food through our mouth. Peristalsis, the rhythmic wave-like squeezing motion of food through our digestive tract, mainly through our esophagus, which is, our tube, swallow it down, and our intestine. Egestion is the removal of undigested remains of food in the form of feces. Well, we knew that. Okay, so what is the digestive system? The digestive system is a group, or is the group of organs that break down the food we eat in order to absorb it. So simply put, the digestive system is the system which is used to digest food. That's it, right? It does digestion. This is the system that is responsible for digesting our food or breaking down our food, because we know the definition now. Breaking down our food into small soluble parts that our body can absorb and therefore use. So, okay, parts of the digestive system, and you have to know these parts, guys. The digestive system is made up of 5 main connected organs, which are the mouth, the esophagus, the stomach, small intestine, and large intestine. These organs are called the digestive tract, the alimentary canal, or the gastrointestinal tract. They do most of the work in breaking down food, but several other organs, including salivary glands, pancreas, and liver, help them along the way as they do their job. Okay, so as mentioned, there are 5 main organs of the digestive system: mouth, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, and large intestine. Okay, so you should know how to label these, and we're gonna see a diagram in a bit, right? But there are other organs, such as the pancreas and the liver, that help these organs to do their job. Okay. Okay, moving along. So this diagram of the digestive system, bad news or good news, you should actually have. So You know, usually your teacher would just print this out and just tell you, hey, stick this in your book. Here's the glue. Here's the sheet. Cut it out, stick it in. But we don't have that luxury here. So I would say to do your best to sketch it. If you have a printer at home, please print it out and stick it in your book. But if not, if you're like the rest of us, then do your best to draw it, okay? This is gonna take a minute, I know. So I'm gonna give you some time. And make sure every time that you do a diagram, guys, make sure put the title. So make sure you have the digestive system at the top. Here you have the mouth. You know what this looks like. You know, put food in. Ingestion, remember. Salivary glands, you know, our helping organs that we mentioned. Esophagus, stomach. And it's funny how we always, every time we have something to do with the digestive system, it's always the stomach. Every time we have something going on with food, stomach, but there are other parts that we know of now of the digestive system. So there's the stomach, a little bean-shaped stomach, our small intestine, our large intestine, okay, rectum, liver, gallbladder, pancreas, which we know also help the main organ. And make sure that you have all the labels, guys, all. Okay, since we have so much R's in here, I guess I can move along. Okay, so we're gonna start to talk about the organs. We're not gonna do all of them today. So organs of the digestive system, we're gonna start off with, of course, the obvious, the mouth. Okay. Oh, for those of you who aren't finished the diagram, I can go back at the end. I'm gonna go back at the end. That's fine. So let's start off with the mouth. Okay, the start of the process. Okay, we know that this is where digestion starts. So the digestive process begins in the mouth. Food is partly broken down by the process of chewing or mechanical digestion, and by the chemical action of salivary enzymes. Who remembers what an enzyme is? These enzymes are produced by the salivary glands and break down starches into smaller molecules. The enzyme found in saliva that breaks down starch is called amylase. So we know in the mouth, the start of the process, when we chew up food, we churn up food, this is called mechanical digestion. So right away, when we ingest that food, mechanical digestion, we're chewing up that food. But in the mouth, there's also chemical digestion taking place, right? And this is because of the salivary enzyme, found naturally in our mouth, specifically amylase, right? And this amylase enzyme works to break down starch. So starch starts to break down from our mouth, okay? So while other things such as protein have to wait until we get further down the digestive system, the amylase enzyme found out in our mouth already starts breaking down starch, okay? So even as you're chewing, chemical digestion is taking place, right? Okay, so someone already said, but your tongue helps out, right? Pushing the food around while you chew with your teeth. When you're ready to swallow, the tongue pushes a tiny bit of mushed up food called bolus towards the back of your throat and into the opening of your esophagus. The esophagus is the second part of the digestive tract, okay? So you're chewing your food, you're chewing. And by the way, side note, because you know I like my little side questions. When your food is in the back of the mouth and you're chewing, right? Or you're churning your food, or you're crushing your food, at the back of the mouth. What kind of teeth are those? What's happening in the back when you're doing molars? Thank you so much, molars. Okay, good. Jeffrey said wisdom. We know our wisdom teeth are a type of molars. Very good. So y'all remember the teeth, right? Y'all remember all those canines and sizes, premolars and molars. Very good. Awesome. Right. So our teeth is working, it's chewing. Okay, it's doing all of that. And then when we get ready to swallow, our tongue actually forms our food into a ball, right? Getting it ready to be pushed down the esophagus, getting it ready to be pushed along the digestive system or the digestive tract. Okay, so moving along, we have the esophagus, okay, or the second part of the digestive system. So the esophagus is a stretchy pipe that's about 10 inches, that's a good length, or 25 centimeters long. It moves food from the back of your throat to your stomach, which is the third part of the digestive system, right? So food moves from the mouth, our tongue rolls it into the little ball, our bolus, and it moves into the esophagus. From the esophagus, like it said right here, it moves to the stomach. So in the esophagus, right, remember we said that, remember we came across a term called peristalsis. So the esophagus uses a rhythmic wave-like muscle movement called peristalsis to force food forms in the throat into the stomach. The muscle movement gives us the ability to eat or drink even when we're upside down. That is cool. Please don't try that though. Don't try it. Okay, so here's a little animation. What happened to the animation? Okay, so here's a little animation of food moving down the esophagus. You see, look at the muscles are contracting, it's just moving. Good. Okay, so this movement, this peristalsis movement, make sure that food is only moving in one direction. So make sure that food is only moving downward to where it should be going, to the stomach. Okay, and if we look at our diagram of the whole digestive system, which we drew, see the mouth and the esophagus, which leads down to the stomach. Okay, so again, before I move along to the last slide, when we swallow food from our mouth, you know, chew, swallow, 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 it enters the esophagus, or which is a stretchy pipe, okay? And in this pipe, peristalsis occurs, which is the movement of food, right? It's a rhythmic wave-like muscle movement that makes sure that our food is forced down in the correct direction, or make sure that it's forced down to our stomach, okay? Great. So when you swallow a small ball of mushed up food or liquids, a special flap called the epiglottis flops down over the opening of your windpipe to make sure that the food enters the esophagus and not the windpipe, okay? So oftentimes you hear people say, gee, that went down the wrong tube, right? Or the wrong hole, and they literally mean it went down the wrong hole, okay? So if you look at this diagram here, see our mouth and our tongue. So when we swallow food, here's the little flap. Here's the flap here, the epiglottis. And if you look here, this is the esophagus in the back, but this is the trachea in the front of it. So when we swallow, the esophagus essentially shuts, right? So make sure that when we swallow, that the food doesn't go down the windpipe. Good. It makes sure that food is only allowed to go down the esophagus. So that's important. It's important. Okay, so again, our epiglottis is our flap that closes when we swallow to make sure that it doesn't go down. Our trachea, it ensures that the food when we swallow only goes down our esophagus. Okay, guys, this is the part that you just love. I know you just wait all lesson to be asked questions. I know. Okay, so who am I? Y'all should be quite familiar with this game now. Who am I? I am digestion. I want the full answer. I am digestion. Who am I? Okay, so digestion is the process that breaks down food into smaller particles. Okay, when this food is broken down into smaller particles, why does it do that? Why does it break it down into smaller particles or soluble substances? Why does it need to be small? Why does it need to be soluble? Yes, so it can be absorbed, so that the nutrients can be absorbed, so that we can use it for things such as energy and our other bodily functions. Very good. Awesome. Who am I? I am ingestion. What's that? Okay, good. So when we take in food, very good, very good. So when we put food in our mouth, we are ingesting. Good. And we know that when we put food in our mouth, we start chewing, digestion starts to take place almost immediately, right? Because we know that our enzymes, no, that's giving away another answer. Never mind. Okay. What is, or who am I? I am egestion. Okay, very good, Miss North. It is the removal of waste, okay? So when we have undigested food in our digestive system works to get rid of this, right? And it does that in the form, and it comes out, I should say, in the form of feces. Good. Okay, who am I? I am the two types of digestion. Oh, Ms. Knowles, you're doing wonderful. Okay, so mechanical and chemical digestion. Very good, guys. Now, who am I? I am the digestion in which enzymes work to break down our food. Okay, so our enzymes work to I don't want to say that word, that's giving away the answer. To chemically break down our food. Okay, good. So we know that that's chemical digestion. So if that's chemical digestion, then it means mechanical digestion or is our physical digestion, which works to physically break down our food, our chewing in the mouth. Okay. Now, where does digestion start? Who am I? I am the organ in which digestion starts. Oh yeah, y'all knew that automatically. The mouth. Yes, very good. Who am I? I am the substance in the mouth that contains the amylase enzyme that breaks down our starch, right? Remember, we said that our mouth contains enzymes. Oh, y'all got it. We said that our mouth contains enzymes, the amylase enzymes that breaks down starch. Good, y'all got it. Saliva. Who am I? I am the flexible pipe that in which peristalsis occurs. Esophagus, very good, guys. Okay, so when we swallow our food, remember with our tongue, we chew, and then our tongue turns our food into our bolus. It is swallowed, it goes down our esophagus. And in our esophagus, the action of peristalsis occurs, which we know is a rhythmic wave-like movement that pushes our food or forces our food down to the stomach. Very good. Who am I? I am the flap that keeps food from going down the wrong tube. I am the flap that makes sure that our food goes down the esophagus. We just did that, remember? The flap that prevents food from going down the trachea. The epiglottis. Thank you, Brian. Good. Good job. Okay, let me go back for those of you who I didn't go through labeling it today, but we're gonna do it next class to make sure that you understand the labels. All right, go back. Okay, so those of you who need to still copy down this diagram, please stay with me. For those of you who Hello, grade 7. I hope everyone had a wonderful and beautiful and exciting Easter break. So we're back again. And last class, we talked about muscle. We talked about the types of muscle found in the muscular system. And we're going to continue with that, but we're going to shift a little bit and we're going to start to talk about how these muscles bring about movement. Okay. All right. So firstly, we're going to take out our books. We should know the drill by now. Take your books out. We're still on the topic of the muscular system, and you're going to write these objectives down. Okay. So first objective, describe how muscles work. Second, differentiate between voluntary and involuntary movements. Third, recall 6 disorders of the muscular system. Okay, and as always, please put done when you are done. Hey everyone, I see you guys. Okay, so let's get into it, okay? So, firstly, there are 2 types of movements that the muscular system allows, right? So the first type of movement is called involuntary movement, okay? So these are movements that we have no control over, okay? These are automatic movements. We don't think when we breathe, when blood circulates through our body. All of those things are called involuntary movements, okay? We have no control over them. They are automatic movements, okay? So examples, blinking, heart beating, breathing, and the circulation of blood, and sneezing, okay? And remember, guys, whatever I have bolded, please underline for me, please. If you don't have a highlighter. So again, there are 2 types of movements. The first type of movement, involuntary movement, are movements that occur automatically, movements that you have no control over, movements that you don't think about. They just happen, right? Good. Okay, so if the first type of movement is involuntary movement, what do you guys think the second type is? Voluntary. Very good. So very good. Okay, so the second type of movement is called voluntary movement. Okay, an involuntary movement as opposed to involuntary movement, these are movements that we control. Okay, we control when we want to move these muscles. We control when these movements occur. Okay. So some examples of voluntary movement are speaking, writing, walking, swimming, and riding a bike. And it says these muscles only move when our body is ready for them to move, okay? Voluntary movement. Yes. Good job, everyone. Good. Okay. So again, there are two types of movement. Involuntary movement, movement that we have no control over. They are automatic movements, and voluntary movements, movements that we do have control over, okay? And they happen when we want them to happen. Now, let's talk about something called antagonistic pairs, right? And what antagonistic pairs are, they are pairs of muscles, okay? And when we hear the word pair, we know that we automatically think of two, right? So this involves two muscles, okay? Now these muscles work oppositely, right? Although they work together, they work in doing opposite things at the same time, okay? So when one muscle is relaxing, the other muscle is contracting, right? So an example of this would be in your arm, okay? And the muscles found in your arm are called the biceps, right? It's the muscle in the front of the arm, and the triceps is the muscle in the back of the arm, right? So again, when the biceps and the arm, the triceps work in opposites, so they work to straighten the arm. Another example is in your thigh. You have your hamstring muscles and your thigh muscles, okay? So when the hamstring bends the knee, the thigh muscle works to straighten the knee. So again, these antagonistic pairs work together to bring about movement, okay? They need all two of them, but they work in opposite directions. Please type done when you're done. So again, antagonistic pairs are pairs of muscle, meaning there are two muscles that work together. However, they do work in opposite directions to bring about movement, okay? So again, examples of this would be bicep and tricep muscles in your arms working oppositely to move the arm, okay? We done. Most of us are done. Good. Okay, so how do muscles move? How do muscles bring about movement? So muscles can work in groups of two or more, okay? So although we have antagonistic pairs that do work in groups of two, we can have muscles or we can have movement where there are more than two muscles working together, okay? When one muscle contracts or shortens, causing the bone to move, the other muscle relaxes or lengthens, causing the bone to be pulled back to its original position, okay? So again, when one muscle contracts or when one muscle shortens, the other muscle relaxes or lengthens, okay? So you now see the opposite directions, right? Again, back to our arm. An example of this, an example of a pair of muscles working together can be seen in the human arm. The muscles at the front of the arms are called the bicep muscles. The muscles at the back of the arm are called the tricep. Okay, good. So a better illustration of this can be seen in this diagram. Okay, so if you see from this diagram, this is an arm, this is someone's arm, okay, or a picture of someone's arm, right? And at the top, right, or at the front of the arm, you can see the bicep muscle, right? And at the bottom, you can see the tricep muscle. Good. So this person, what they're trying to do is they're trying to bend their arm. Okay, so this is what they're doing. They're trying to bend their arm. So if you look at the diagram, you can see that this muscle at the top, right? This muscle is contracted. This muscle becomes shorter, right? So it goes like this. It becomes a shorter muscle. This is when the muscle contracts. Now this muscle, right, at the back of the arm, called the tricep muscle, this lengthens, right? This becomes longer. See? Good. Now, if we want to do the opposite will occur, right? So as you try to unfold the arm, you will see that the muscle at the top, the bicep muscle, will now relax, right? So it would lengthen. The muscle at the bottom of the arm would now contract, so it will shorten, okay? Remember to type done when you're done, please. Question. Very important question. Now, I said that when you want to bend the arm, right, these muscles, they work together to bring about this type of movement. Now, what type of movement is this when you bend the arm and you unbend the arm? What type of movement is this? Let's go back to the basics, right? What type of movement would this be? Good, good. I see a lot of you saying the correct answer. Voluntary movement, right? Because we know that we control when we want to bend the arm and when we want to unbend the arm. Good job. Very good. That was smart, you know. Good job. Done? Okay, good. Okay, and this short little animation is just showing you what I just said. Okay, and you can see it, they're bending now, so the biceps are top, getting shorter. Okay, when they bend again, you can see that the tricep at the bottom getting longer, relaxing, and then the opposite occurs. It is good to know. Okie dokie. Okay, so let's look at injuries of the muscular system. Okay, so I guess you should be familiar with a lot of these injuries, right? Or you might not be so familiar, and that's fine, right? Now, the first type of injury we're going to talk about is called a sprain. Now, mind you, I said the word sprain, not sprain, okay? So a sprain, we know, is a break in the bone, but a strain is when the muscle or the tendon is overstretched or torn, okay? So when you have a tear in the muscle, okay, you might have been working out too quickly, okay, you might have been working out too aggressively, you can have a strain. The second type of injury is called a cramp, okay? So when the muscles move too quickly, when you move too suddenly, too aggressively, you can have cramps. And we should all be kind of familiar with cramps, especially our athletes in the room, right? So if you look at the pictures on the side, you can see the man, he's holding his leg. Then even the person at the bottom, he is holding their stomach. Okay, so we know we have stomach cramps. Okay, we should know about that, especially our ladies. And again, a lot of athletes have these injuries, right? So and that's why they tell you, I remember high school, right? And before we get on the track, before we did any track and field, they tell us warm up. Okay, because you don't want to catch a cramp. You don't want to move those muscles too quickly. And then we have something called a spasm. Okay, and a spasm is a sudden involuntary movement of the muscle or contraction of the muscle or group of muscle. Okay, so sometimes, just out of the blue, you just have some pain going on, some pain in your muscle, right? And it isn't life-threatening, nothing happens, but it's a sudden pain and it's like a sharp pain. And I know because I done had this pain a couple of times, right? And you just laying there and you just like, okay, let me just wait until it's over. And eventually you overcome it, right? And that's what we call a spasm. Remember the type done for me, please? Okay, so I see most of you are done. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so the second type of injury, or more correctly, I'd say disorder of the muscular system, or another type of disorder of the muscular system, is a disorder called poliomyelitis, right? So poliomyelitis, more commonly known as polio, is a disorder that affects the nervous system, okay? It affects the nerve cells, okay? And we know that this disorder is caused by a virus, right? And it destroys muscles. So this virus, works to destroy muscles and make them small, make them brittle, make them weak, right? And you would see, based on the pictures that I have below, that when this virus or when this disorder attacks muscles, right, it begins to deform the muscle, right? So your muscles are not forming correctly, they're shrinking, they're weak. And so a lot of times with persons who have this disorder, you would see that the gentleman and the first person, he's bent over. You see that his foot isn't really formed correctly. He has to stand on his hands, okay? So this disorder, again, makes muscles very weak, makes them very brittle, makes them very small, okay? And persons do become paralyzed. They're not able to walk properly. They're not able to move properly. And it can become fatal. So many persons have died from this virus, okay? Polio or poliomyelitis, okay? And I did say that this disorder is caused by a virus. And during the last century, the 20th century, this was known as an epidemic disorder or disease. Now, we're going through something quite similar. Does anyone know what that is? Caused by a virus, the coronavirus. Y'all on target. Y'all on target. Very good, very good. Okay, so again, polio or poliomyelitis. Okay, it's a disorder caused by a virus that affects the nerve cells or affects the nervous system, and it works to destroy muscles, make them weak, and make them small, okay? It's a fatal disease. Type done when you're done, please. Okay, so another disorder is called muscular dystrophy, okay? And muscular dystrophy is an inherited disease, okay? And when we say the word inherited, we know that this means that it can be passed down from generation to generation, right? So you might have a person who may have this disorder and their grandparent might have had this disorder, right? They might have an aunt who might have had this disorder that they know about. So this is a disorder that is passed down in your families, right? So with this disorder, muscle continue to be destroyed. Okay, so it's a progressive disorder. And I say progressive because it is something that worsens. It keeps getting worse. It keeps progressively getting worse, right? So the muscles progressively become destroyed. Muscular dystrophies are characterized by progressive skeletal muscle weakness. Okay, they also work to bring defects in muscle proteins and the death of muscle cells and tissues. So muscular dystrophy is again an inherited disease, meaning that it's passed down in your families, and it works to destroy muscle cells, okay? It progressively destroys muscles, it makes muscles weak, and it affects muscle proteins, and again, causes the death of muscle cells and tissues. Okay, good. And lastly, we have a disorder called cerebral palsy. And this is a brain disorder, okay? So anytime you hear the word cerebral, like I told you last class when you heard the word cardiac, I told you always associate cardiac with the heart. You're going to always associate the word cerebral with the brain, okay? So this is a brain disorder, okay, that damages the muscles, okay? And again, like the disorders before it, they make the muscles very weak, they make them very brittle, and a lot of persons with this disorder are not able to walk, they're not able to move properly. So you can see in the diagram, the child, they're using some sort of equipment, right, to help them walk. Now, some persons can use this equipment to help them to walk, but some persons, the disorder is so severe that they can't walk at all, okay? So it completely paralyzes them. Okay, so I see somebody asking, is this caused by a virus? It is not caused by a virus. It occurs when the brain becomes damaged or it doesn't form properly, right? So you will see this a lot in children. When their brain doesn't form the way it should, they can be diagnosed with cerebral palsy. And it's not contagious, no. It's just a disorder caused by an underdeveloped brain or a damaged brain. Okay, so I think that's basically our lesson for the day. It is our lesson for the day. But I have 5 questions, 5 fill in the blanks questions that I want you guys to answer for me. Okay, so the first one says, movements we have control of are called what? Let's see how smart you guys are. Y'all been showing oats and oats and oats all day. So let's see how smart we are. Movements we have control of are called what type of movement? Voluntary, not voluntary muscles, voluntary movement, okay? Voluntary. It is voluntary movement, guys, okay? These are called voluntary movements. Good. So on the flip side, movements that occur automatically are called what? Now remember that there's only two types of movements. So if we had voluntary movements doing movements that we control, movements that occur automatically are called what type of movement? I need to see that IN before that V. I need to see that IN, involuntary, not non-voluntary, involuntary movements, okay? Movements that occur automatically, okay? And remember we gave some examples of these type of movements, okay? The heart beating, us breathing, us blinking, these are all automatic movements, or involuntary movements that occur naturally. Okay, so number 3, muscles that work in opposite direction, to bring about movement are called what? I don't know what it's acoustic. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. Now remember we said the bicep and the tricep muscles are an example of these type of muscles, right? But that isn't the name given to these type of muscles, okay? But I see most of you got it. You said antagonistic pairs. They are called antagonistic pairs, right? And again, we said that the bicep muscles and the tricep muscles found in the arm are an example of these pairs. They work together to bring movement, okay? They cause movement, but they work in opposite directions simultaneously or at the same time. There you go, antagonistic pairs. Number 4, when one muscle contracts or shortens, causing the bone to move, the other muscle does what? What does the other muscle do? Okay, one muscle is shortening or contracting. So what is the other muscle doing at the same time? Relaxing. Very good. It is relaxing. So the muscle is lengthening. Okay, so it's pulling back the bone where it was originally, right? Relaxing. Very good. Awesome. Okay, so lastly, what are the 6 disorders of the muscular system? Or what are 6 disorders? Because we know there's more than 6. But just for us right now, let's name the 6 that I gave you. Now, the first one that I gave you, I said that it occurs when a tendon or there's a tear in the muscle. What type of disorder was that? What type of injury was that? Anybody remember? Not cramp. We ain't got the cramp yet. A tear in the muscle. What is that? A strain. Very good. A strain. Okay. Someone gave me another one. What is the second type of disorder we talked about or injury we talk about? Very common in athletes. Cramps. Yes. Very good. Cramps. Okay. Now, the disorder that or injury that a lot of us have a little problem with, okay, that results in a sharp and sudden pain. What is that? What is that called? Spasms. Very good. Spasms. Now I asked you guys a question, okay, and I said that this disorder is similar, not in what it does, right? Not in the symptoms, but similar in the fact that it is a virus to the COVID-19, right? And it is an epidemic, meaning that it's widespreading. What disorder is that? Anybody remember? Poliomyelitis. Yes, good. Or polio. Very good. Awesome job. Now, I gave you the disorder that I said was inherited. A disorder that I said that it can be passed down from generation to generation in families. What type of disorder was that? Muscular dystrophy. Very good. Awesome. Y'all on the ball. Y'all are amazing. Just so y'all know. Okay. And lastly, number 6. Give me the last one. Just spoke about it. Boy, Chris, you smart. You are. Indeed. Cerebral palsy. Yes. And I told you guys this is a brain disorder. And you can tell by the word cerebral that affects the muscles, right? It weakens the muscles. Awesome, guys. Well, guess what? That's it for today. Okay. So, like always, have a great day. Have a great week. And be safe, okay? And being safe means that you're going to wash your hands. Please wash your hands. Don't go out, okay, unless you absolutely have to. But again, we're turning to a weekend, so we're going to be inside, okay? and try to keep busy. Okay, so try to read over your notes. Okay, try to test yourself. See how much you've learned. Okay, this weekend. And I'll see you all. When do I see you? I'll see you all on Monday. Okay, bye guys. So my name is Ms. Thompson, first of all. And I guess backtracking, I guess y'all did the skeletal system, so y'all should be well on the way with that. So we're just gonna end the skeletal system today and we're gonna talk about joints. So what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna try and share this PowerPoint. Let's see how this gonna work now. Okay, so usually I'd have the topic first. But because we're gonna do two topics, well, because we're limited in time, I doubt we're gonna do those. But let's talk about the objectives first. Okay, so the first objective that I want us to accomplish today is I want us to define joints. I want us to recall the two types of joints, differentiate between the four types of synovial joints, recall three functions of the muscular system, differentiate between the three types of muscles. So firstly, what is a joint? A joint is a point where two or more bones connect, okay? I want you to really take notice of the word connect, right? I don't want you guys to use the word meet, because just because something meets, right, doesn't mean it connects, right? So this is the point where two or more, so it could be three joints, it could be three bones, sorry, it could be four bones, but whatever the point is that they connect is called a joint. Joints make bending, twisting, and turning possible, right? So there are over 200 joints in the human body, right? So there's almost as much joints as there are bones in the human body. And these are some types of joints, very common. Knee joint, elbow joint, and even joints found in the skull. Okay, so there are two types of joints. Immovable joints or fixed joints and movable synovial joints, right? And just by the name, you can tell what's happening here, right? So immovable joints are joints that don't move. They're fixed in that position. While movable joints or synovial joints, they're the joints that allow us to move, right? They're the joints that allow us to walk. They're the joints that allow us, our hands to move and everything else to move, okay? So let's start from the first one, immovable or fixed joints. Okay, and I have to learn this as I go along. I actually want to see you guys chat and I can't. Okay, so immovable or fixed joints. These joints do not allow movement and are extremely strong, right? So the place where these joints are found is the skull. So immovable joints or fixed joints are only found in the skull, and they are joints that do not move. Movable or synovial joints. These are the joints found in all the other rest or all the other parts of your body. So synovial joints are freely moving joints. Okay, these are the most common types of joints in the body, realistically, because they're found every place else except the skull, and are the most important in terms of physical activity since they allow a wide range of movements. Okay, so all the exercise that you see here, the woman doing whatever that exercise is, okay, and the two men, they allow all those activities to take place. They are called movable or synovial joints. So again, the two types of joints are immovable joints or fixed joints found in the skull. They do not allow movement, and movable joints or synovial joints found in all the rest or all the other parts of the body, and they allow movement. Okay, so what surrounds synovial joints? Each synovial joint is surrounded by a synovial membrane, okay? And in that synovial membrane is something called the synovial fluid. Okay, that synovial fluid acts as a lubricant. And we should all know what a lubricant is, or maybe we don't, but if we don't, let me explain it to you. So a lubricant is just a liquid that helps to reduce friction, right? So you don't want two things to rub against each other. That should be painful, right? So it allows for the smooth movement of these objects. That's called a synovial fluid, okay? Okay, so let's look at the types of joints. And the first type of joints we have here is the hinge joint, found in the elbows, the knees, the knuckles, and the toes, right? And this is how I remember the hinge joint, okay? I don't know if you guys can see my arm, right? So you can think of the hinge joint as a door. Door closes, the door opens, right? Closes, open, okay? And that's how you can remember a hinge joint. Again, they're found in the elbows, in the knuckles, sorry, in the fingers, and in the toes. Okay, so hinge joints allow movement in one plane. The joint permits a back and forward motion. Again, back and forward motion. The second type of joint is gliding or sliding joints, found between bones of the vertebral column, in the carpal of the wrist, in the tarsal of the ankles, okay? And it permits a sliding motion of one bone over the other. So these bones found in the wrist, right? Or these bones found at the ankle are flat bones that are allowed to slide on top of each other, okay? Next, we have the ball and socket joint, found in the shoulders, right? And in the hips. The end of one bone is rounded and fits into a hollow, well, something's supposed to be there, in the other bone, right? So it's like this. It's like you have a ball and you have something that holds the ball, right? That's why we call it ball and socket, okay? And this allows for free movement. Free movement. So when you look at your shoulders, you're able to do a lot with your shoulders, right? You can do this, you can stretch out, you can do it round, you can do a lot of things. And it's the same thing with the hips, right? So again, these ball and socket joints permits a circular movement. That is the widest range of movement. Okay, the ball and socket joints of the shoulder and hip, for example, can rotate in a complete circle. The pivot joints. These joints are found in the neck and in the forearms. It permits rotation of one bone alongside the other. Okay, it also allows you to turn your head from side to side, right? And you can think of a pivot joint as a ring, and then a flat bone inside that is allowed to pivot, right? And this is how your neck is allowed to go side to side, up and down, okay? So you can head up topic, the skeletal system. Don't worry about the objectives. Okay, the joint is a point where two or more bones connect. Okay, so when you're done writing that, please say in the chat, done for me, please. Okay, Renee, I see you. Done. Okay, good. Looks like most of you are done. Next slide. It's what I see me. Okay, so what you can do, you can put example and then put knee joint, elbow joint, and joints in the skull. I'll get down at this eventually. This session sort of started at 9 and will be over in the next 5, 6, 7 minutes. Okay, so at 9:55, the session should be over. Okay, see most of you are done, so I changed the slide. Okay, most people are done. Okay, so remember guys, we said there are two types of joints, immovable joints and movable joints. And immovable joints are joints found only in the skull, and like their name says, they don't move, okay? But they are extremely strong, as they need to be, because they're found in the skull, okay? Only in the skull. They do not move. Edwinique, do I know you? Edwinique. Okay. Okay, so I see most people are done. Last slide for today. Okay, so movable joints, also called synovial joints, are found in all other parts of the body except the skull, because we know in the skull it's where the immovable joints are found. And these movable joints, or synovial joints, allow for a wide range of movement, right? So they're the joints in our hands that allow us to move in our hands, our feet, and all other parts of the body, okay? Okay, it's 9:55, guys. You should be having another class around this time or in a few minutes. So I'm gonna let you go for the day. We're gonna have a better class. We're gonna have a better class tomorrow. Okay, this one was a little hit or miss. Okay, so a better class tomorrow. Right, okay. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Please stay safe. Bye. Okay.
I am so happy for the Bahamas Virtual Learning website. Even though I cannot go to school, my learning does not have to stop. Every morning, I go to ministryofeducation.com and click on the Virtual Learning Portal button. Sort of it all. I kind of like this virtual learning thing.
To talk, or we're going to start the topic of the circulatory system. And our subtopic, what we're really going to be focusing on today, is the blood. Okay, so you can take this topic down. As always, we're writing, pens, books, all that good stuff. Okay, so take that out. I'm going to put this topic head up and put this topic, and also put this subtopic. Topic, the circulatory system, subtopic, the blood. Okay, let's get started. So our objectives. We have two objectives for this lesson. Our first objective is to be able to label the components of blood, or label the components of blood, OF blood, to explain the function of the plasma and the red blood cells. Okay, so you should be able to draw. Yes, we're going to draw again, because I know we have artists in here. We're going to draw the blood, all its components. We should be able to label the components. It's not a lot, so you should be able to remember them. And you should be able to explain the functions of two of these components, which are the plasma and the red blood cells. As always, we're taking down our objectives. Okay, good. So let's first talk about the functions of the blood. What does the blood do? Why do we need blood? Okay, so the human blood has 6 very important functions. The first function is that it transports digested food through the body. Okay, and we just did this, so we know that. Okay, digested food is absorbed from our guts, quote unquote, right, into our bloodstream and carried to where it needs to be carried to, right? 2, our blood removes waste materials from the body, such as water, urea, and carbon dioxide. 3, the blood helps to control our body temperature. 4, it protects our bodies from pathogens and germs. We're going to talk later about how it does that, what it contains that actually fight off germs and other unwanted stuff that enters our system, enters our body. 5, supplies oxygen to tissues. Okay, so when we breathe in oxygen, what happens after that? We know that it needs to get to all the necessary tissues, and that's where our blood comes in. And 6, transports hormones in our bodies. Okay, so our glands, which secrete hormones, which create hormones, and it has to get to our target organs, okay, or our target tissues. Okay, good. So let's look at what our blood is comprised of, our blood composition. So every human being has 7 to 10 pints of blood, okay? And this is about, for reference, this is about a gallon, a little over a gallon of blood. So this thick red liquid is composed of 4 parts, which are the plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. And here's our diagram. Here's where our artists come in, where we're gonna draw and we're gonna label, okay? So you should have this diagram after you put this little small snippet up top. We're gonna draw this diagram. Try in your diagram to make sure that you have, make the center of these red blood cells, try to make them darker so that they can have the illusion that they have a kind of an indentation because they're hollow in the center. Okay, so as best you can, draw this diagram. So if we look at the diagram, we can actually see a few things. We can see that the red blood cells are the most abundant component compared to the other types of solid components, right? So the red blood cells, we know we have a lot more of them than our white blood cells, right? That's number 1. Number 2, our red blood cells are actually red. That's another key factor that you should always remember when you see a diagram of the blood. Our platelets, they're kind of odd shape, or they don't have a definite shape, right? They're kind of little fragments of something. And our white blood cells, in general, are fewer in number than our red blood cells, but they are, in general, larger than our red blood cells. And then we have our liquid portion of the blood, our plasma. And you can actually see the color here. It's kind of a yellow color, a pale yellow color. So just take note of all these things because they tell you what you need to know when it's time to label this diagram, right? When you're asked to label this diagram, you should remember those things. So again, 4 parts: our plasma, our red blood cells, our white blood cells, and our platelets. Pretty easy, pretty simple. Okay, we should be done with that because you guys told me from the beginning of our adventure in this virtual learning that you were artists, you were getting A's in art class, and that you knew how to do a simple sketch with no problem. right? Make sure that you draw it, yes. Good, so let's see if we remember what we just drew. This section over here, this liquid section, what is that called? Yes, good job. It is called plasma. Very good. Now, these look a little different from our first diagram, but that's okay because there are different types of, no, I'm going to say that afterward. But what is this? This right here. What are these? These cells over here. What are these? Very good, Rebecca. These are red blood cells. It took us a minute, but that's fine. And these little fragments, these little tiny fragments, what are they called? Yes, good. You on the ball, Pedro. Good job today. They are platelets. So, like I was going to say, this diagram looks a little different from the diagram that you just took down, that you just drew, but that's fine, okay? It's fine. You should know that the red blood cells are these red circular cells. They're red cells and they're more abundant than our white blood cells, okay? You should know the liquid part throughout our blood is the plasma. You should know that the other type of cell is our white blood cell. They are less abundant or they are less in number than our red blood cell. You should know that these little fragments right here are our platelets. Okay, so it doesn't matter how they try to change the diagram a little bit. You should have a general idea of what our blood composition is, okay? And these white blood cells look a little different from the first one because they're a different type of white blood cell, and we're going to get into that next class when we start to go into white blood cell and what it does and the different types of white blood cell. Okay, so let's talk about our plasma. Do me a favor, put plasma as a heading and underline it, please. Plasma, underline. So our plasma makes up, no, sorry, my bad. Rewind. Don't do that for me. Write this just how it is. Our plasma makes up, this is talking about the composition of blood or how it's divided, the percentage of each type of blood component. So our plasma makes up 55%, red blood cells make up 45%, and white blood cells and platelets make up less than 1% of our blood. And you can see that in our diagram over here. 55% is our plasma, our white blood cells and our platelets together make up less than 1%, and our red blood cells at the bottom here makes up 45%. So blood which has been removed from the body and is allowed to stand with a chemical R to prevent clotting will separate into layers. So when you allow blood to stand, when you take it out of the body, you allow it to stand, and you put a chemical in it to prevent it from, clogging up or prevent it from hardening and making itself into a, you all know that glob, right? So when you put a chemical in that to prevent that from happening, it will separate into layers, right? And the different layers represent the different components of blood. So the red blood cells will sink to the bottom. The white blood cells and platelets, will settle at the top of the red blood cells, and the plasma, which we know is the liquid form, will form a clear layer on the top. So here we go. At the top, 55%, our liquid layer is our plasma. Under our plasma, we can see the white blood cells and our platelets together. And at the bottom is our red blood cells. Okay, so before we move on, just reiterating, our plasma makes up most of our blood. It is the liquid portion that makes up 55% of our blood. So more than half our blood is composed of this liquid. Then we have our red blood cells, which makes up 45% of our blood. And a very small portion of our blood is made up of white blood cells and platelets. And in fact, less than 1%. So it's 0. something percent of our blood is made up of this white blood cell and these small fragments called platelets. So if we remove our blood from our body, and this is just a little test tube to show how it separates into these different type of layers, and you can actually see the different type of layers fairly clearly if you ever do this. So at the top is our plasma, our liquid portion. Under our plasma is our white blood cells and platelets, less than 1%. So it's a very small layer. And then under our white blood cells and our platelets is our red blood cells, which of course is going to be red, right? So the color themselves is actually a good depiction of the layers, right? Okay, so this is the slide I was talking about, and I do have plasma correctly. Great. So let's talk about our plasma, our liquid portion of our blood. So plasma is the liquid part of the blood. It is a clear, pale yellow liquid that is 90% water and is an essential ingredient for human survival. The remaining 10% consists of a large number of substances, including food, which is 1, so glucose, broken down carbs, amino acid, lipids being carried to the intestine. So if we look at our little picture over here, we can actually see that this is an example of plasma. Okay, so it's very yellow in color. Now that I look at it, it kind of looks like urine, kind of. Yes, Ricardo, listen. So yes, it kind of looks like urine, and it's actually in this bag, and I don't know if you recognize this bag, but it's a pouch that is used in the hospital when they transfer or melted butter. Yeah, good observation. So because of this plasma is so important to our body, it makes up a whole 55% of our body. If we are low in plasma, hospitals actually can transfer plasma, okay? So you can do a transfer of plasma, okay? And we said that plasma is made up of almost entirely of water. So a whole 90% of plasma. So a whole 90% of that 55% of plasma is made up of water. So you can tell in a way how much of our blood is actually made up of water. So about half of our blood composition is actually water. And it does contain, that other 10%, it does contain a lot of different things, right? And one of them being food products or digested food, broken down nutrients. Please remember to always underline the words that I have underlined. Sometimes they might not be underlined, they may just be bolded. You want to underline those also. So we said that the remaining 10% of our plasma is made up of a variety or a large number of different substances, one of them being food substances, broken down food. So let's look at the other substances that this 10% of plasma is also made of. So with food, we also have carbon dioxide being carried from tissues to lungs. We have waste products being carried from tissues to our kidneys. We have hormones being carried from glands to tissues. And we also have minerals and plasma proteins, such as fibrinogen. And I wonder if you guys remember where we heard that word before. And when we said that fibrinogen was a protein, a plasma protein that helps in the blood clotting process. So our plasma, our 10%, that is not water, is composed of food, broken down food, carbon dioxide, which we know needs to be carried from our tissues to our lungs, waste products first that we need to get rid of. Our blood carries those too. Okay, it carries them from different tissues, waste products from different tissues to our kidneys so that our kidneys can get rid of those waste. It carries hormones, okay, which is carried from our glands or where they are made or secreted to where the target that they need to be transported to. And it also contains minerals and plasma proteins. Okay, good. So for those of you who are complete, what is plasma? Yes, very good, Ricardo. It is the liquid, and Ms. Thompson, it is the liquid part of blood, right? I remember we said that this liquid part of blood is made up of 90% water and 10% a variety of these different substances. Yes, good job, Ms. St. Ford, Isis, and Rebecca. Awesome. Okay, so let's look at a different part of our blood. Okay, and this different part we're going to look at is the red blood cells. So the infamous red blood cells. So the red blood cells, like I mentioned before, is the most abundant or the most common type of cell found in our blood. And their chief function or their main function is to carry oxygen from the lungs to body tissues, right? Red blood cells are filled with hemoglobin. It's very important. It's underline it. A molecule that can bind to oxygen. They take up oxygen in the lungs and release it while squeezing through the body's capillaries. The blood's red color is due to the color of hemoglobin. So our red blood cells. Our red blood cells are mainly here in the blood in order to transport oxygen from our lungs. We know we breathe in that oxygen. To transport oxygen from our lungs to our body tissues, okay? We know that all the tissues in our body need oxygen in order to survive, okay? Red blood cells are filled with hemoglobin. This molecule, hemoglobin, that is found in our red blood cells are actually the molecules responsible for attaching themselves to our oxygen. So it binds to the oxygen and it carries this oxygen in the red blood cells from our lungs to our body tissues. And it says squeezing through the body's capillaries. You should remember what capillaries are when we did the liver, not the liver, sorry, when we did the small intestine, right? Remember that our capillaries are our small blood vessels. And the blood color is, the hemoglobin, sorry, is responsible for the redness or the color of our blood. So hemoglobin itself is red, okay? And that's what gives our blood its color. Okay, so our red blood cells are our most common type of blood cell. When you compare our red blood cells to our white blood cells, it's an obvious difference, right? So we know that our white blood cells with our platelets only make up less than 1% of our blood, but our red blood cells make up a whole 45% of our blood. So we can see huge difference in percentage, huge difference in the amount of blood cells, right? So the function of the red blood cells, again, is to carry oxygen to our body tissues. Our red blood cells contains a molecule or a pigment called hemoglobin. This hemoglobin attaches itself to the oxygen in order for it to be transported to our tissues. This hemoglobin also is red in color, and because of that redness, it gives our blood its red color. Okay, so continuing on, our red blood cells. Give me a minute, guys. Okay, our red blood cells are flattened, disc-shaped, and have thicker round edges than the middle. And this is why I told you guys to make sure that you drew that darkness in the center of the red blood cells. Because even if you look at our diagram over here, look at our picture over here on the left, you can see what they mean when they say it has this hollow shape, right, where it's thicker at the edges. So around the edges of the red blood cell is thicker, right? And at the center, it kind of looks like someone, you know, has pushed it inside, or someone has made it hollow in the center. Okay, red blood cells are all alike, and they do not have a nucleus. So instead of the nucleus, they have this molecule called hemoglobin. Red blood cells develop inside bone in the bone marrow. The lifespan of a red blood cell is about 100 to 120 days, after which it is destroyed in the liver or spleen. Good. Remember when we did our liver topic? And we talked about one of the main functions of the liver is to destroy waste product in the form of these worn out old red blood cells. So after about 100 to 120 days, these red blood cells go to the liver or go to the spleen to be destroyed. So again, red blood cells are flattened this shape. They have this round shape like a disc. At the edges of these red blood cells, they are thicker, okay, at the middle, as opposed to in the middle where they're hollow. They kind of look like they have a little indentation on both sides. They are all alike. All red blood cells should be alike, okay, unless you want to get into Pedro's topic where he's talking about sickle cell, but all red blood cells should look like this, like this diagram on the left side. And they do not have a nucleus, right? So instead of this nucleus, they actually have hemoglobin. So red blood cells develop in the bone, they develop in their bone marrow. The lifespan of a red blood cell, again, is 100 to 120 days, after which they are destroyed. Okay, so before we leave, let's answer these 5 questions, please. Okay, so number one, what is plasma? Put it in the chat, guys. Good. Plasma is the liquid part of blood. Awesome job. What is the function? No, going back. What does plasma contain? It is yes, plasma is indeed 90%, sorry, water. And the other 10% is made up of what? What does it contain in that other 10%? Yes, it contains food. Okay, I see somebody have an example for fibrinogen, which is a plasma protein. So it contains food, it contains minerals, it contains plasma proteins. Yes, good, it contains hormones. It contains carbon dioxide and one more. Yes, we said minerals. Waste products, very good, awesome job, excellent. So what's the function of red blood cells? The chief function, our main function of our red blood cells is to do what? Yes, to transport or to carry oxygen from our lungs to our body tissues. Excellent, to transport oxygen. Very good, guys. Okay, what is the molecule found in red blood cells that give blood its color? Why is blood red? What does it contain? What is found in our red blood cells that makes our blood red? Hemoglobin. Excellent, excellent job, Pedro. Hemoglobin, the molecule hemoglobin. What does this molecule do? I don't need no guessing. I see the right answer, and I like that I see the right answer. For those of you who are saying other answers, I need you to just go back. Okay, good job. For those of you who got it, it can bind itself to oxygen in order for oxygen transportation. Okay, good job, guys. Okay, and that is it for today's lesson. I will see you all on Thursday.
Today we're going to look at the BJC examination tips, and it is my job to give you some tips to effectively prepare you, the candidates, for external exam, and that is the BJC examination. So I just want to give recognition to Ms. Penniman for allowing me to use this PowerPoint. Thank you so much. So the objective is for today is to discuss ways to prepare candidates for the external examination, which is the BJC. Now, these are general information. When you sit into the examination room, you must complete the cover page of the booklet, and you must ensure that the information is entered correctly. Example, you will see on the BJC paper the candidate number. So you must put your candidate's number, your center number, and also your surname and initial. So if your name is Smith, we know that your surname comes first, the letter of your first name and your middle initial, okay? And you must come familiar with the instructions. Before going into the paper to answer questions, ensure that you read the instructions, because in the BJC examination in section 1, you must or you are expected to answer all questions, okay? In section 2, you are to choose 2 questions and you must answer all parts to that chosen question or the chosen questions. So make sure, go through the examination paper, read the topics, read the instructions, read the questions so that you will become familiar. And then you must ensure again that all of the information on the front booklet is filled in correctly, okay? So these are some things that you need to know in order to get an A on the examination. So this is what we call the Religious Studies Study Toolkit. So the first thing you will need is your Good News Bible, definitions, and who said these words, book lists. Next, you will need key terms for assessment, examination protocols, the BJ's, the JPR, judgment and response writing procedures. You need to know how to write JPR and the guidelines and everything that goes with it, your notebook and your textbook, also the clock, question bank, and most importantly, prayers. So we are going to look at each one. And the first one is the course outline or the syllabus. So candidates, you are encouraged to set up a schedule. What schedule am I talking about? I am talking about a study schedule. It is always said, study to show yourself approved, so you must have a study schedule. And the study schedule should cover all the topics and the stories from your syllabus. And I know that you would have been given a course outline when you first came to school. So you follow that course outline, that is your syllabus, okay? And they are the topics and the stories. Go and read and study so that you will become familiar with the topics and the stories. Also, another pointer, get your family involved in your studying. Why not during devotions? You'll discuss the questions, discuss the stories. And once you discuss, you will become even more familiar with these stories. Also, we know that we're back to school and we have, even though it's COVID-19, once you follow the protocols and you keep social distancing in your groups or your circle, following the protocols again, you can share the stories during recess. Talk about the stories, question your friends so that you will learn more and even hear their ideas and opinions on the various topics. Then we have the Good News Bible. Candidates, get into reading the stories from the Bible. Take important notes as you read, such as who said what happened, when did it happen, where did the story take place, why do you think Jesus said those words, how was the lame man healed. You need to know all of these important 5 W's because it helps you with storytelling. It helps you to recall the stories. And also, as you go along, try to summarize or give an account of what you have read that took place in the stories. Then write down some meanings, what you gathered from the parables or from the miracles. For example, explain the meaning of the parable of the sower. You read it. So what do you think is the meaning of that story? So as you go through all of the stories, write down the meanings, the parables, so that you will get a better understanding of these parables or miracles or whatever stories were told in the Bible that you have to study for the BJC examination. And the definitions, number 3, who said these words, booklet or list? As you read the Bible, as you read each story or study these topics, make a list of the terms that you should know the meaning of, that you should know the meaning of. You should be able to explain the terms by giving the meaning and examples. And you can only do this if you make a list. Words that you should know or become familiar with, or some of them are angel, Messiah, miracles, parables. So every topic that you were given vocabulary words. So get to know the meaning of those words, okay? Become familiar with various quotes from the Bible. So as you read the Bible stories, not only from the Good News Bible, but also from the King James Bible, read the stories, listen to the questions, and remember every statement that is made or quote, you need to know who said these words, to whom were these words spoken to, where was the speaker at this time. So write down all of these who said, to whom, where was. Write them down because they will be part of the BJC questioning techniques. So I don't want you to sit in the examination room and you're clueless of who said these words, to whom were these words spoken, where did this event take place, where was the speaker at this time. Get familiar with them. Write it all down. That's a good study tip. Write everything down that you need to know in order to be successful on the BJC examination. Number 4, key terms for assessment. Every BJC exams, even in class, your teacher gives you questioning techniques. Example, define, list, describe, explain, discuss, compare, contrast, outline, and the list goes on. Get familiar with these words. What does it mean to define? Give the meaning of what the examiners are asking you to do. When they say define, you give the meaning of that word. Okay? List. They only want you to list. Example, list one thing the angel told Zachariah about his unborn child. They're not asking you to explain. Going on, just list one thing. His name will be called John. Okay, that's one. Or you may want to say, he will not drink strong wine. You're listing one, he will not drink strong wine. Okay, explain. And that's when you write. because you're explaining why something took place. Okay? So it is important for you to get familiar with these terms. So ask your teacher if they have not already done so. What is the meaning of these words? When they ask me to write, to define, to list, what are they asking me to do? Get familiar with these terms so that when you get into the examination room, you will know what and how to answer, what to do, and how to answer the questions. Okay. Number 5, examination protocols. Again, we looked at how to fill it out, but this is how you're going to tackle the questions inside of the book. Okay. So candidates must become familiar with, like I said before, the examination's instructions. Always keep in mind that the duration of the exam is 2 hours. So you cannot take a break because you have to be writing, because we have 2 sections. And this BJC examination calls for a lot of writing. So section 1, you answer all questions 1 to 3. And each question consists of several parts. So if you can see, I just shown you an example of a paper, okay? And we know that in this paper, the first thing is a question with stimulus. You have a picture and you will have a quote. For example, this picture is showing an example of the story Legion. And the quote says, when he saw Jesus, he gave a loud cry, threw himself down at his feet, and shouted, Jesus, Son of the Most High God, what do you want with me? Luke 8:28. And here again, like I said, who was the speaker? And what was wrong with this person? So it is important, like I said previously, to know who said, why was it said? So once you answer those structured questions with stimulus, keep in mind, you have 2 structured questions with stimulus, and they are mandatory. You must answer those questions. And then in section 2, when you get to the back of the paper, you have to answer 2 questions of 4 to 7, okay? 2 questions of 4 to 7. That's it right here. I know you can't see it properly, but once you, right where you are, go and get a BJC paper and you can follow me as we go along, okay? And you will see that in section 2, you must answer 2 of questions 4 to 7. And you're not only answering 4A. If you answer question 4, you're not only answering 4A1. You have to answer A2, A3, and B1 and B2, and the JPR for C. So let me repeat that. You answer 4A1, 4A2, 4B1, 4B2, and C, which is the JPR question. And the next question, or the second question that you choose, you must do the same thing. If you choose question 6, you answer 6A1, 6A2, 6B1, 6B2, and C, which is the JPR. Also, let me go back to the front. You will also have a section in section 1 with only short answer questions, and you must also answer all of them, okay? So it is time for you to get studying because the exam calls for a lot of studying. And if you do not know the content, you will not know what to write on the exam. So get studying, get reading the Bible stories, okay? Start writing things down. Develop a good study habit. Remember, show yourself approved, okay? And again, as I continue, candidates must take note of the mark allocation for each question. Give sufficient response for each question. If a question is worth 5 points, you just cannot write one answer. You have to keep going because the examiner needs to know that you know what you are doing. Okay? Write so that you can receive maximum points. Okay? You must give full details, examples, and refer to a biblical or real life situation when it comes to the JPR writing. Okay? So when you are doing the JPR writing, you have to give full details. Okay? Examples, real life and biblical situations. Pay attention to the 2-point questions. 2 questions in one. They are sometimes joined with the conjunction and. For example, in the parable of the rich fool, what question did the younger brother ask Jesus? And what was Jesus's response? Hello? 2-part question. And what was Jesus's response? First, what was the question the younger brother asked? And what was Jesus's response to the younger brother's question? So you have to answer the first part and then answer the and. Okay? Watch out for the words that are in bold. Pay close attention to the instructions. Example, list 2 of Jesus's temptation. They don't want you to list his temptations. They want you to list 2. They do not want you to list 1. They want you to list 2. So pay attention to the words that are in bold, okay? Because that is what they want you to do. Be understanding this? Any questions or concerns? Write them all down, okay? Now, number 6, JPR writing procedure. Like I said previously, you have to write the full details of the question asks, and you have to use biblical and real life situations, okay? So it gives you this JPR question. This is you. This gives you the opportunity to share your opinions or even what people think about that topic, okay? So you can express yourselves, okay? And in our next lesson, it will go through the JPR writing procedures. So I need you to stay tuned because JPR is very heavy on the examination. You have 4 JPR statements to write. So you need to pay close attention when that lesson comes, okay? Don't forget. And then number 7, notebooks and textbooks. Please, I am encouraging you to read and study your notes daily. You cannot be successful on the examination if you do not read and study your notes daily. Take out your textbook, take out the Bible, take out your notebooks, and get your highlighter and start highlighting, identifying, and indicating key points in your notes, okay? I saw a student the other day, and I was so impressed because she had some colored placards and construction papers, and she drew clouds on the papers. And I walked over to her and I said, "What is this?" "This is how I study, Miss Strawn. This is how I am going to remember." And she had important terms about Hinduism, about Judaism, Islam on those papers, and she had them highlighted in different colors. And that's the way she studied. So find a way to study and highlight stuff that you will like to remember. The main points, the key points, highlight them. Also, pay attention to your learning style, okay? If you are the one who's audio, You have to record the notes and listen to them. Take out your phone, start recording. If you are visual, get graphs, start drawing the graphic organizers, flashcards, index cards. Like I told you, my student, that is what she did because she's visual. Okay? You may need to type your notes. That's how you may remember. You may need to dance. You may need to chair. Whatever it is that you do to learn, do it. Okay? I know my nephew, he learns through dance and through music. So I have to be dancing with him to help him to remember his ABCs. So even with his name, I'm dancing with him and we're spelling his name. So whatever it takes for you to learn, you have to do what you have to do in order to be successful on this examination. If you want an A, you have to go for an A. You have to study yourself and you have to study to show yourself approved. And that's the only way you will be successful studying. It must be intentional. It must be intentional. Number 8, the clock. Pay attention to time. Time management is so important. You have a watch. Make sure it's not a smart watch that you go into the examination on. So you have a watch, and on your watch, you may say, as I study, let me practice how to manage my time in the BJC examination. So we know that JPR writing is 7 points, okay? And this may take 10 minutes. So you write that examination, that JPR for 10 minutes, okay? So now you have an hour and 50 minutes left. So then you have 4 JPRs. So if you allot 10 minutes for each JPR, that's 40 minutes, okay? So you now have an hour and 20 minutes to complete the rest of your structured questions. So you have to pace yourself. You have to manage your time effectively. Try it. Go and purchase past examination papers. Let your parents purchase them, and then you practice it for 2 hours and see how effective you can use your time. And number 9, review questions from class and homework assignments, quizzes, unit tests, end of term examination papers, past BJC protocols, these examination papers. Write the questions and answers on index and flashcards. That's the only way that you will remember and you will be prepared for the examination. You cannot do it without studying. I'm going to be real. The only way you can do it and only way you can get that A if you study. Go back to all of those past internal and external examination papers. Get studying, okay? If you want to be effective, study, study, study. Don't you ever forget to study. And our last one, number 10. Prayer is so important. Prayer is so important. You have to go to God and ask Him for help so that you will understand and remember the information that you have studied. I always remembered my cousin Jackie coming by us to check to see if we were studying. And when she got there, she always found my brother and myself, we were studying. But my cousin, he never picked up a book. And when she asked him, so what are you going to get on the exam? Oh, God got me. So she said, God has the people who help themselves. Show yourself. Study and show yourself approved. The only way God can help you if you study and show yourself approved, okay? You have to have that confidence when you approach God. And you need to know that whatever you ask, anything you ask in his will, whatever it is, he hears you. He hears us. Okay? So you have to ask. And whatever you ask for, we know that you are going to have. But you have to ask him. And that it comes from the Bible, it's not coming from me. Ask him, and he is going to give you the desires of your heart. And if your desire is intentional through prayers, you are going to be successful. Remember, you must study. You must follow the examination protocols. You must manage your time. And when you manage in your time, pay attention to the clock. Okay? You must create effective study habits. And that's the only way you can be successful. Whatever your learning style is, do it. And you will know, and I can attest you, it will work. Okay? Trust me. So, if you have any questions or concerns at this time, let me know. Okay? I'm going to give you a few seconds. Let me know. Think about everything that I would have said. Any questions? If there are no questions or concerns, I will say thank you for paying attention. Thank you for going out there and picking up your book, picking up the Bible, picking up index cards and studying. Okay? You can only be successful if you study. And remember, always put God first. Put him first, and I am sure he is going to direct your path in this examination. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. Hey, and welcome to an exciting Religious Studies BJC review class. And we will be covering Jesus's birth announced today. Our text is taken from Luke chapter 1, 26 through 38. And our theme is pleasing to God. At the end of this review lesson, you will be able to define the terms virgin and Jesus. What does the word virgin mean? What does the word Jesus mean? Outline the angel's message about the unborn child. What did the angel tell Mary about baby Jesus? Compare Zachariah and Mary's visit by the angel. Discuss the importance of abstaining from sexual intercourse. Okay, so they are your learning objectives. Get your book out, start taking notes. Here we go. So it's discussion time, okay? And my box is sealed. When you hear that, what came to your mind? My box is sealed. What message did you get from this picture? Yay. How many of you believe that sex is for marriage? You know, write it down, raise your hands, let's discuss it. How many of you believe that sex is for marriage? Why do you think it is important to abstain from sex until you are married? Some very interesting questions. You know, in this story, you're going to find out how God used Mary, because Mary's life was pleasing to God. We know that there are many things that, young adults or even teenagers, children are engaging in, and they're not so pleasing to God. And sex or sexual intercourse is one of them that basically, according to them, that is sex is basically, according to the Bible, immoral. So because Mary lived her life pleasing to God, and as a teenager, she kept herself clean, God was able to use her to bring forth her or his promised son, his only beloved son. So what are some things in your life that are not pleasing to God? Is it fornication? You cannot wait until you're married? Are you thinking about the negative consequences of having premarital sex? Okay. STDs, pregnancy, all of these things, high school dropout. Sometimes people resort to drugs because there is no other way to go. Delinquency, disobedience, separation from family and God. So why don't we put on or take on some habits or characteristics that are pleasing to God? What about obedience? What about sexual purity? What about just integrity? All of these things, picking up your Bible, reading, praying on a daily basis, these are things that are pleasing to God. And when you please God, He finds favor with you, and He is able to use you as His chosen vessel. So I pray that Mary's story will be a testimony to you to try to do things that will make God happy, will please Him, and at the same time, please you. So here we go. When you see this word, Jesus, what comes to mind? We look at this picture and we know that Jesus means, let me hear you. What is the meaning of Jesus's name? I see your hands. I am hearing you. Yes. His name means Savior, the one who saves. Awesome. You can give yourself a round of applause. When we see this word, we just discussed it earlier, virgin. We look at the picture and we see, I've never had sex. So, oh yes, yes, you're raising your hands. So virgin means a person who has never had sexual intercourse at all. Never. Okay? So we know these words are going to be in the story. The angel came and told Mary, who was a virgin, that she was going to bring forth the Savior of the world. Okay? The one who was coming to save us. So I want to know, how do you think Mary reacted or responded to the angel's message? Who was the angel? Yes, yes, awesome. Gabriel, awesome, awesome. So here we go. And I am going to read the story for you. Pay close attention to what is happening in this story. In the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy, God sent the angel Gabriel to a town in Galilee named Nazareth. What was the name of the town? Nazareth. Excellent. He had a message for a young woman promised in marriage to a man named Joseph. What was the name of the man whom Mary was engaged to? Yes, awesome. Give yourself a round of applause. Joseph. who was a descendant of King David. Her name was Mary. The angel came to her and said, "Peace be with you. The Lord is with you and has greatly blessed you." Why? Because she lived a life that was pleasing to God. So the Lord was with her, and the Lord greatly blessed her. Mary was deeply troubled by the angel's message, and she wondered what his words meant. The angel said to her, "Don't be afraid, Mary, for God has been gracious to you. You will become pregnant and give birth to a son, and you will name him." What is his name? Let me hear you. Yes, Jesus. And what is the meaning of Jesus' name? Savior, the one who saves. Excellent. He will be great, and he will be called the Son of the Most High God. The Lord God will make him a king, and his ancestor David was. And he will be the king of the descendants of Jacob forever. His kingdom will never end. Pay attention to what was said about the unborn child. What is the unborn child's name? Yes, Jesus. Amazing. Mary was confused. Why was Mary confused? Let's read to find out. Mary said to the angel, "I am a virgin. How then can this be?" The angel answered her, "The Holy Spirit will come on you, and God's power will rest upon you. For this reason, the Holy Child will be called the Son of God. Remember, your relative Elizabeth. What do we know about Elizabeth and Zachariah? What do we know about them? Think on that. It is said that she cannot have children. What words best fit cannot have children? Can I hear that B word? Yes, barren. Awesome. But she herself is now 6 months pregnant, even though she is very old. So Elizabeth was barren and she was old, but she still got pregnant. Oh, isn't that a miracle? What is the meaning of the term miracle? Yes. But there is nothing that God cannot do. There is nothing that God cannot do. And Mary replied, "I am the Lord's servant. May it happen to me as you have said." And the angel left her. So it is time for you to tell me what you remember from the story. Put on your thinking cap because it is time to think. Okay? Awesome. Awesome. So let's look at some facts about Mary. Can you think about at least 2 facts about Mary? I see those hands are raising. Awesome, awesome. Them. Yes. She was a teenager. What else? She was a virgin. What is the meaning of the word virgin? I hear you. She, Mary, never engaged in sexual intercourse. Yes. She was from Nazareth. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes. Are there some more facts about her? Okay, write them down. Write them down. To whom was Mary engaged? Zachariah? No. Wasn't that Elizabeth's husband? Yes. So who was Mary engaged to? Who were Jesus's parents? Yes, yes. Mary was engaged to Joseph. So Jesus's parents were Mary and Joseph. Awesome. Awesome. You guys are so intelligent. You're going to do well in this BJC. What was the angel's message to Mary? What did the angel, by the way, what was the angel's name? Do you remember from the story? Yes, Gabriel. What did he tell Mary? Who was an angel? A messenger? Okay. Someone who, a supernatural or spiritual being. Wow. That brings messages to people from God. Wow. Wow. So he was a messenger of God. Okay. Okay. I'll take those answers. Yes, she will become pregnant. Ooh. And Mary, how did Mary take this? Mm, mm. She will give birth to a son. What is the name of a son? What did the angel, this messenger, this divine being tell Mary her son was going to be named? One. Wow. His name, yes, shout that name. Jesus. What is the meaning of that name? The one who saves. Savior. Oh my gosh. You're getting an A. You guys are getting an A. Amazing. He will be great. Yes. What else? What else did the angel say? Yes, I want you to state 3 things, but you could give it all to me because I am hungry for your knowledge. Yes. He will be called the Son of the Most High God. What else? The Lord will make him king like his ancestor David. But look at that. He will be the king over the ancestors of Jacob. But right now, forever. Yes. And his kingdom will never end. Look at these amazing things the angel told Mary about her unborn child. So you can imagine how Mary took this message. Oh my gosh, how did Mary take it? How did Mary react? And explain why she reacted that way. I heard those words coming. She was shocked. She was afraid. She was, oh, I heard that. She was confused. So why was she confused? Yes, because she was a teenager and she was a virgin, meaning Mary never engaged in sexual intercourse. But now the angel telling her that she is going to give birth to a son named Jesus, the savior of the world, the one who saves. Was Mary like Zachariah, who disbelieved the angel's message and was punished? How was Zachariah punished? He was made deaf? No, come on. He was made dumb. He was unable to speak until his son John was born. So if Mary wasn't punished, how did Mary receive the message? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought. So Mary needed to know how this child would be born because she was confused. Okay? She was confused. So the angel had to tell her, yes, I know that you are a virgin, but you will conceive through the power of the Holy Spirit because God's power is going to overshadow you. So can babies be conceived this way through the power of the Holy Spirit today? Ah, I see those hands. No? So only through sexual intercourse can babies be conceived? So another hand. Okay. In vitro fertilization? Okay, okay. Any other ways? Oh my gosh. There are so many ways babies can be conceived today. But obviously, it's still a miracle. Okay? Awesome. Yes. Yes. Awesome. So we know the angel visited Mary and Zachariah, and both of them got messages about their own unborn child. Messages that will demonstrate who they will become and what they will and will not do. So we know that Zachariah, if we go back, let's think about what the angel, the same angel, what is his name? Yes, Gabriel, told Zachariah that he will have a son. And what name was given to that son? Zachariah? No. Yes, excellent. John. John will not drink strong wine. He will be filled with the Holy Spirit. Yes, he will be like the prophet Elijah. Amazing. And the list goes on. I see your hands and oh my gosh, write them down and we will discuss them. You guys are so smart. So both of them were troubled when the angel approached them. They were afraid. They were afraid. And both responded with a question. Mary, how can this be if I am a virgin? Zachariah, how can this be if me and my wife Elizabeth are old and my wife, and she's barren? What does barren mean? Mean unable to have children. They were given a name for their unborn child. Jesus, John. Jesus, Savior of the world, Savior, the one who saved. John, God has been gracious. But even though they asked a question, they both responded differently to the message. Zachariah disbelieved because he used those two excuses: old, barren, old, barren. Okay? And because of his disbelief, old, barren, he was punished. Yes, he was punished. How? He was unable to speak. He was made dumb. Mary, she happily accepted it. May you use me. I am the Lord's servant. I am the Lord's servant. So she was ready to be God's servant, to bring forth the Savior of the world. Okay? So if you know any other differences and similarities in the story, you write them down. Awesome. I see your hands and you're eager. Yes, awesome. Write them down. You're doing well. So we are at the end of our BJC section, and I am going to give you a question with stimulus. Again, this is a question with a picture demonstrating the birth announced, Jesus' birth announced. And there's quote, "Don't be afraid, Mary. God has been gracious to you." Luke 1:30. And it may have been asked, who was the speaker? Think about it. The speaker is, yes, the angel Gabriel. Amazing. So Now take out your books. Your book should have already been out. And I need you to write down these questions. 1A, define the terms virgin and Jesus. B, state 4 things the angel told Mary about her unborn child. C, explain Mary's reaction to the angel's message. D, compare the angel's visit to Zachariah with his visit to Mary. We went through all of these questions, and I know that you're going to have the correct answers because you are smart and you are ready to get an A on this BJC. You are ready. So let me see if you remember what we went through. What is the meaning of the term virgin? I'm hearing you. Raise your hands so I can identify you. Yes, go ahead, Joseph. You have that name. You have Mary's, oh my gosh, Jesus's father's name. The man whom Mary was engaged to. Yes, go ahead, Joseph. Virgin? Yes, excellent. Give yourself a round of applause. 3 claps. Awesome. Someone, a person who has never engaged in sexual intercourse. Jesus. What's your name? Zachariah? Oh, another Bible name. John's father. Okay, go ahead, Zachariah. Yes, Jesus' name means Savior, the one who saves. Wow, awesome. You're very intelligent. See that A coming out? Since you wrote 4, I only want one thing. The angel told Mary about her unborn child. I know his name will be Jesus. That is just so common. Give me something else. Okay, I hear it. He will be great. Okay. Oh, he will be a king like his ancestor David. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Good job. So keep listing those things. His kingdom will last. And I only want $1. So thirsty. Give me your knowledge. Yes. Awesome. His kingdom will last forever. Awesome. Give me one word to describe how Mary reacted to the angel's message that she would give birth or become pregnant. Oh, she was confused. So why was she confused? Explain. Okay. All right. Your name is Mary too? Your parents just, your parents were just naming you after biblical characters. Well, that's good. So I know you're similar to Mary. You're doing everything that is pleasing to God. Awesome. Yes. So why was Mary confused? Explain it to me. Oh, she was a teenager. Okay, yes, she was a teenager. I hear that. She was a virgin, which means, okay, she never had sex before. So how was it that the angel can tell her that she was going to have a baby when she and Joseph never slept together? So if I were her, yes, you would have been confused as well. I would have been confused as well because I wanted to know what story I would have had to tell my Joseph if he found out that I was pregnant and we never slept. I know he was going to think I was cheating. Gaming? I know that, right? So she must have been confused. But yes, but she took it on. And she said, I am the Lord's servant. So she was ready to take anything that came at her, even if the stones divorce, whatever it was, she was willing to take because she took a leap of faith. Mary took a leap of faith and she accepted the unborn child to carry him. Awesome. So, can we compare the angel's visit to Zachariah? Okay, they both got a message from the angel that the Elizabeth was going to have a child, Mary was going to conceive and bring forth baby Jesus. They both responded with a question. Zachariah, but my wife is barren. We are old. Mary, how can this be? I am a virgin. Excellent. And I see your hands are up. And you are doing a fabulous job. And it was my pleasure to be with you today. So stay tuned for more BJC review lessons. You are eager to learn, and we are eager to teach you because we want you to get an A. So have a wonderful day. Remember to study and show yourself approved. That is the only way you will succeed on the BJC examination. Goodbye.
Hi, a very pleasant good day to all of you, and welcome to another exciting lesson with Teacher J. Yes, this is me in the flesh. I know, oh yes, my hairstyle has changed, but I am Teacher J. And today we have another exciting and provocative lesson for all of you students. I hope you are ready. Get your books, get your pencils, get ready to make some notes, and we are ready for our lesson for the day. Allow me, students, to share my screen with you. And today's lesson you are going to be excited about. Excited. All right. So let me take this all the way to the beginning of the lesson. And there we have it. I hope you can see it. Today, we will be talking about, what do you see on that screen? A beautiful dove, hands raised. Yes, we are going to talk about the baptism of Jesus. There we go. Okay, we can read it from Mark chapter 1, verse 9 to 12, or Luke chapter 3, verse 21 to 22. Now, as we begin this lesson today, I want you to close your eyes for me. Close your eyes and think about a time when your parents asked you, they took you to one of the finest restaurants there was, and they said, you can have anything you want off of this menu. You can make a choice. Close your eyes. Think about it. Think of that menu put before you. Or even if you've never been to a fine restaurant, think about if you had the opportunity to go to the restaurant of your choice and you were given a menu and you were able to choose what you wanted off from that menu. Please tell me, how does that make you feel? If I were you, that will make me feel so special. To whatever I want off of that menu, I can have. You were given a choice. In our lesson today, we're going to be talking about how Jesus made the choice to do what God called him to do. Many of us, many times, we do not want to make that choice. But here's what Jesus did. He made the choice. All right? So today, I want you to think about choice as we go through this lesson today. So today we're going to define the term baptism. We're going to explain 3 forms of baptism. We're going to state 3 reasons why Jesus was baptized. We're going to describe the events that took place during the baptism. And then we would compare the Anglican and the form of baptism to that of the Baptist people in the way they perform or they form baptism. So listen, I know you got your pen, I know you got your paper, and we're going to get right into it today. We're going to get right into it, our vocabulary, and you are 9th graders, so this is review. So come on, before I put it up there, what do you think the word baptism means? What do you think the word baptism means? Think about it. Think about it. Yeah. All right, good. So you have it in your mind. Let's see if the answer in your mind is correct. If you said a Christian ritual or a Christian practice involving water, even if you forgot the word initiation, you are still correct. So I want you to do what I often tell my students, give yourself a pat on the back. If you remembered baptism, you are 5% better in preparing for your BJC than you was before this lesson happened. Yes, yes. All right, so now this is review. So please go in your book, write it down. And if you would have gotten the answers correct, please put a tick to that response. All right? If you remember the 3 forms of baptism, I want you to make a note of it right now before I put it on my screen. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Yeah, all right, Miss Johnson, you don't need to do all of that. I got you. So there's my picture. What is going on in my picture? If you said sprinkling, you are absolutely correct. Sprinkling of water is a form of baptism. And this is simply when the priest will get his utensil with water in it and he will just dip it forward and the water comes out. Yes, when water is sprinkled or it lightly falls on top of a baby's head. And usually these forms happen at infant baptism. And if you said pouring, you are absolutely correct. This is our second picture. I went ahead of myself and I put the words up before I asked you to look at the picture, but there you have it. So our second form of baptism is pouring of water, and that simply means that the pastor or the priest, they will get a little jar like you see in my picture, and they will just fill it up with water and they will pour it over the baby's head. And this last one, before I put the answer up there, go ahead and make a note of it in your books. Excellent. If you said this word immersion and the entire body is going underwater, yes, you are absolutely correct. So there you have it, students, the 3 forms of baptism. You have sprinkling, you have pouring of water, and finally you have immersion. Excellent. So now we're going to look at the types of baptism. So go ahead and make a note. Now we're reviewing together. Now, this is not just Miss Johnson talking to you. We're doing this together. We are reviewing together the topic, the baptism of Jesus. Good. So I would have given you enough chance to write it down, and I would have said it before. Hint, hint. Yes. There we go. Our first form is what we call, there you go, infant baptism. An infant baptism is to introduce a child into Christianity. Infant baptism. And our second type of baptism, who is that in that picture? Is that a baby? Is that a teenager? Who is that? Let's look a little closer. That looks to me like a grown person. Who do we call grown people? If you said the word adult, you are absolutely correct. Adult baptism. And this is where the adults, they publicly show that they have accepted Jesus Christ into their heart. And so this is after someone would have gone to a church service or maybe just in their bedrooms having a relationship with God. And then they said, I want to be baptized. And so this immersion of baptism happens to show the world or to show the public that they have made a relationship with God. They've accepted God and they want to be baptized. Awesome. I know that you are having such an awesome time already with Miss Johnson, and especially if you were able to answer those questions. Listen, I know that you are excited. So before we read the scripture, I'm going to stop sharing my screen for 1 minute, and I want us to watch a video. So we're going to watch this video that talks about the baptism of Jesus. We will be right back, and then we will talk about what this video said.
Who would take away the sin of the world. Come and see the baptism of Jesus. This is Jesus,
Heyo!
who's the Son of God and the Savior of the world. Jesus was born in Bethlehem and grew up in Nazareth, where he grew in wisdom and favor with God and man.
Oh, I see.
This is John the Baptist.
Hey,
John loved God with his whole heart,
hey, all you.
and he told everyone that the Savior of the world was coming soon.
Wow! Come on.
John baptized people in the Jordan River,
Whoa!
and one day, Jesus went to this river to be baptized by John.
Hold on.
But John tried to talk him out of it. Jesus said, "It should be done, for we must carry out all that God requires."
Man, okay.
So John baptized Jesus, and as Jesus came out of the water, the heavens opened and John saw the Holy Spirit coming down as a dove and resting on Jesus. A voice from heaven said, "This is my dearly loved Son, who brings me great joy." And John knew, without any doubt,
All right. So now I want you to think about what you just saw in that video. Make a little note. Make a little note for me as we continue this lesson on the baptism of Jesus. How many of you enjoyed that video? I know you did. I know you did. Yes, you did. All right. So now we're getting into the word. So you've seen the video, and I want you to tell me, what was one of the main things you remember about that video? Yeah, I know many of y'all remember he went to the Jordan River, right? Yes. And who baptized him? Who was he speaking to? Yes, I hear you. I hear you. If you said John the Baptist, you are absolutely correct. Yes. And all of those people were there to witness. And he baptized him in the Jordan, yes, in the Jordan River. Thank you for finishing that thought for Ms. Johnson. And lastly, I know many of you remember the dove and you saw the heaven opening. Yes, yes, yes. You paid very close attention to that video. So the rest of this lesson is going to be easy peasy, smooth sailing. Yes, smooth sailing. So let's get to it. We're reading from Luke chapter 3, verse 21 to 22. All right, there's another picture that reminds us, listen, y'all ain't gonna never forget this baptism. And if you see this on your BJC, I am certain all of you will get 100% for this question. All right, so let's read together. We're reading from Luke chapter 3, verse 21 to 22, and I want you to read with me, please. After all the people had been baptized, Jesus was also baptized. While he was praying, heaven was opened, and the Holy Spirit came down upon him in bodily form like a dove, and a voice came from heaven. You are my own dear son. I am pleased with you. Please don't ever forget that. And I want to ask you now, this is your time for you to take part in this lesson. And we're going to ask this question. I'm going to ask, did you know how old was Jesus when he was baptized? Who baptized him? And where was he baptized? I want you to make a note of it for me, and then I will put the answers on the screen. If you got it correct, I want you to take a little pen. Remember, we're supposed to have our pen. We're supposed to have our books so that we can do this lesson together. All right, I want us to be doing this together. You're not just sitting there looking at a screen at this voice coming to you through the TV or your computer or wherever you're watching this. I want you to be assured as to what's going on in this story. You're not sleeping. You're not being distracted, but you're paying attention. Good. You have your answers and we're ready to move. All right. So did you know that Jesus was how old? Excellent. 30 years old when he was baptized. If you had 30, put a check mark. If you had any other number, you put an X and you make your corrections. He was 30 years old when he was baptized. Did you know that he was baptized in the Jordan River? Of course you do. We just said that less than 5 minutes ago. So of course you got that answer correct. And lastly, did you know that Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist? Of course you did. We just went over that before this particular screen. So yes, you know. And if you didn't know, you know now that Jesus was how old when he was baptized? 30. Where was he baptized? In the Jordan River. And who baptized him? John the Baptist. Excellent. You know how we do it. Put a pad on your back. All right. Okay, we ain't going there with that song today. All right. Now, I want you to think for a moment. This is review. And I know you have been taught this when you first entered high school in grade 7, but it's okay. Just think about it. Even if you can't remember why you think Jesus was baptized, think about why we are baptized as Christians today once we give our life to the Lord and we want to be baptized. Can you tell me why Jesus was baptized? Think about it for a moment. Make 1 or 2 notes. And you know how we do it. We're going to check our answers. Okay, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds to make a note. And then we will check our responses together. Very good. And you're thinking, you're writing, you're pondering. Yes. Awesome. Awesome. Yes, yes, yes. And so there we go. So this is number 1. So this is why Jesus was baptized, because he had to show that he approved of the work of John the Baptist. Here's why he was baptized. And I know many of you definitely would have had this answer. He had to be an example to his followers. And 3, he was baptized to begin his public ministry. All right. And then he was baptized to receive the Holy Spirit. We saw it in the video. We saw it. Now, remember, in the beginning of this lesson, we talked about making choices. Remember, Jesus went to John the Baptist. John the Baptist, he was like, oh God, you are mightier than I. And John the Baptist was a little hesitant. Even though he was the forerunner of Jesus, he was a little hesitant, but he made the choice. So John the Baptist made the choice that he was going to be obedient and baptize Jesus. And Jesus made the choice that he would be obedient to his Father and be baptized. You see why it's important for us to make the right choices? As I hope you would have made the right choice when you had the opportunity to choose from that menu. When you were taken out to dinner, let's not miss opportunities. And let's always do our best to try to make the right choices. Awesome. And lastly, to show that he was the Son of God. So let's go over them quickly again, students. I'm going to give you an opportunity. If you're writing, just make a little note. If you got them right, you put a check mark. If you got them wrong, you put an X so that you don't study the wrong information. All right, so number one, to show that he approved of what John the Baptist was doing. All right, he approved of the work. Then he was baptized so that he can be an example to all of the people that will follow him. And then, thirdly, he was baptized so that he can actually begin the public ministry that God has called him to do. And then, number four, he was baptized so that he can receive the Holy Spirit. And number five, to show that he was the Son of God. I know you got them. If you see this question on your BJC, you're going to do what? Ace it. Yes. Mash it up. You're going to win. You're going to get that A. I know I'm talking to all of my A students right now. Yes, all of you are A students. And if you're not, you have the potential to be. Put the time in, put the extra effort in, and there's no reason why you cannot achieve what you want. Let's continue with our lesson. As Jesus was baptized, a few events or a few things took place. You saw the video. You read the scripture. Let me see if you can make a note and get it right. There were three things, three specific things that took place right after Jesus was baptized. Think about the video you just watched. Remember what we just read and write them down for me. Yes, I'm giving you 30 seconds, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. I'm going to be quiet so you can concentrate. And yes, 10, 9, 8, 7, come quickly, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and I know all of you would have gotten all 3 out of 3 for this particular question. Let's see if you got them right. If you said the heavens open or the sky open, yes, you are absolutely correct. Come on, give yourself your check mark. All right. If you talked about the Holy Spirit and you said the Holy Spirit descended on him in the form of a dove, yes, you are absolutely correct. And lastly, if you talked about that voice that spoke from heaven and that voice acknowledged Jesus as his son and gave approval, it says, "You are my son. I have great joy. I am pleased with you." You are absolutely correct. So these are the 3 events that took place when Jesus was baptized. Students, please don't forget them. All right. And there we have it. I want to make this point. This is very important. If you see this question on your BJC, similar words were spoken during his transfiguration. The only difference was when the voice from the cloud spoke when he was on the mount during the transfiguration. Let me see if I have any scholars on here who can tell me what did that voice say during the transfiguration. All right. Yes, I hear you. And you are correct. I know some of you shouted it. Yes, Miss Johnson, the voice spoke and the voice said, "This is my beloved son. Listen to him." Remember, Jesus was speaking to his 3 favorite disciples. And he also had some guests with him on the mountain at the time. And I know that you students are gearing up and you're ready to get this A. To show your teachers what they have taught you for the last 3 years, you're excited to prove to them that you can get the A. All right. And so lastly, let's just look at some of the information that we would have found out so far about the baptism of Jesus. All right. So let's compare the way the baptism is done in the Anglican Church versus the Baptist Church. So here we have Anglican. All right. They do sprinkling and pouring with water during the infant baptism. And during the adult, they use immersion. So it's important that we understand the different denominations and how they actually interact baptism and how we do baptism in the Bahamas. This is exactly how we do it in the Bahamas. And I want to say the Anglican and the Catholic, they do the infant baptism with the sprinkling and the pouring. And then we will find that the Baptist or maybe the Pentecostal, all right, they will do in their church, they don't really use the water. But you would find that during the christening, they would dress up the baby and the parents and the godparents, and they bring the baby. And how they would term infant baptism is the pastor or the bishop or the reverend, whatever the religious leader is called in that particular ministry. They would get the oil and they will anoint the baby, all right, and then they will pray for the baby. Now, I know you may have a question. You say, but Miss Johnson, I thought baptism has to do with water. Well, in the case of the Baptist and the Pentecostal churches, they have replaced the water by using the oil. And so we can still say that baby is actually christened, or we can say baptized using oil at infant. But however, at the adult baptism, water has to be done because it is done by immersion. And I've said a whole lot. So now it's your turn. We're going to go through these again. We're going to go through these again. And if you didn't write the first time, this is your time to write again. And so basically, that's all you really need to remember about the baptism of Jesus. Easy, hey? Yes, I know. Okay, I know you just can't wait and say, you're praying, Lord, please let them have the baptism of Jesus on this exam, because I will get every question right concerning the baptism. And so this is your time for us to recap. Let me see if you were paying attention. What did you learn? So now you're going to tell me what is baptism. And so I'm listening. I'm listening. And if you said baptism is a Christian ritual or a Christian ritual, and you may have remembered the word initiation that involves water, you are absolutely correct. But those of you who were just watching before, it's time to make these notes. All right, just jot it down, just to let you know, hey, yes, I was paying attention during this lesson, and I remember what baptism was. All right. Second question. Describe 2 forms of baptism. Go ahead for me, students, and put your answers down again. Again, do it again. And now you're going to check your answers and see if they are correct. So there we go. We talked about 3 types. So if you put down any 2 of those forms of baptism, you are correct. But here's the catch. It says describe 2 forms of baptism. So you need to tell me what sprinkling is. So go ahead and tell me what sprinkling is. Very good. Go ahead and tell me what pouring is. Very good. And immersion. Excellent. And so it's important, students, when you get in your BJC exam and you read the question, you give the examiner what they're asking for. They didn't say list. It says describe. So which means you needed to tell Miss Johnson what sprinkling is. Oh, Teacher J. Let's not get that mixed up. All right, Teacher J, yes. So sprinkling, you had to tell me what it was. You had to tell me what pouring was, and then you must have told me what immersion is. And that's what will give you your full points, okay? So let's try to maximize our points. Always look at the amount of points that are being offered for your question, and you work towards achieving that. All right, good. Next question. Where was Jesus baptized? And I know my whole class is shouting, the Jordan River. Yes, I know you got it right. I know you got it. Awesome. All right. And so I have a few more questions for you. So don't change that. Don't turn that TV. Don't turn. Listen. You're going to wish you had stayed to the end. All right. Lastly, why was Jesus baptized? Now, I know some of y'all going to be, oh, Miss Johnson, you just say that and I remember that. Come on, students, I need you to remember. I need you to remember why Jesus was baptized. All right, so let's go through them together. A, and you're reading this time. Good. Letter B, and you're reading this time. Excellent. C, and I want you to read it out loud. Out loud. Very good. And D. Excellent. And E. Excellent. So any one of these you would have seen, any one of these that you would have said before I put them on there, you would have been absolutely correct. Now, you notice I don't have any points here, but usually on your BJC, you will see points allocated. If you see 2 points, if you see 3 points, then that means you must give 3. If you see 2, if it's only worth 2, then give 2. If it's worth 4, then you have to give 4. If it's worth 5, then you know you need to remember all of these. All right, students, those of you who are writing, get it quickly. And you could always rewind if you're watching this on the MOE website, rewind it. You know, if you're watching it on TV, then see if you can watch the replay of it, but make sure you remember this information for your BJC exam. All right, and the last question. I know everybody could shout this from the mountaintop. And who baptized Jesus? John the Baptist. Yes. All right, easy 1 point for your BJC. John the Baptist. You are absolutely correct if you shouted that with me. All right. And so here is our last question. And unfortunately, I was supposed to make sure you don't see this. But since it's already on my screen, we're going to read it together. And so the question says, describe. So that means you must say everything that has to do with what happened after Jesus was baptized. And so let's read. And you're reading. You're reading. Very good. Yes. All right. The second line. Awesome. Awesome. Yes. Third line. Don't worry. I can hear y'all. I can hear y'all. All right. And please do not forget. All right. This is a popular question. Where, on what other occasion was the similar word spoken? All right. And your answer will always be the transfiguration. Awesome. And if you were able to answer most of these questions without looking back, you are well on your way to acing your BJC question if asked about the baptism of Jesus. All the best to you, students. And I look forward to our next lesson together. And this brings us to the end of our lesson. Short, juicy, and sweet. All right? So listen, this was a wonderful lesson, and I hope you had as much fun recapping, reviewing the baptism of Jesus as I had bringing it and presenting it to you today. Thanks for your participation. See you next time, students, and remember to study, study, study for your BJC. We didn't open in prayer, But let's close in prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, I thank you for every student that would have participated in this lesson today. I ask you, oh God, to bring back to their remembrance everything that we have reviewed today concerning the baptism of Jesus. Bless them now. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen. Students, have a wonderful, wonderful day.